3 seconds isn't always 3 seconds, sir. You know, this is NBA rules. Let you get away with things. Anyway, we're live. So, welcome everybody to Clicks and Joysticks, episode 6. We have a special guest this week. My man Flying Modem. Say hello to the people.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Thanks for having me.
And here, as usual, is Mr. Eurostrix, aka Prodigy, aka man who has too many damn names, as always.
Man.
Yo, what's going on?
It feels like this is like the old school reunion of the original podcast. I feel nostalgic now.
Thanks.
Anyway, first we're gonna catch up on some stuff that we didn't talk about because we haven't recorded in weeks. Because life be like that sometimes. Then we're gonna talk about E3 because E3, of course, is the big thing on the agenda coming up. You upset about E3?
We're halfway through the year. I just want that to be like we're already halfway.
I know this year has gone by so fast.
Yeah.
My God.
I think, man, to be honest, I'm not even ready for E3.
Honestly, I'm not either. Because when it came up around this time, I was like, wait, I got vacation because my boss was like, you're off next week, aren't you? I was like, oh, I am. Wait, what month is this? It's like, I didn't even realize it was that time of year. It's like, damn. Man. But that's funny. Half the year is pretty much gone. We're closing on 2018 now. Jeez.
Yeah. So much is changing, too.
Yeah, I know. It's been a crazy year. You know, I blame, but you know, I'm not going to go there. You know where I'm going to go, right, Chris?
I would like to know.
I don't know if you mean.
Huh?
I don't know.
Yeah, I would like to know.
I was about to go to the angry place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was about to see Orange.
Not green? Not green?
Nah, his fake hair is orange.
Oh, Lord.
It looks like a fucking Cheeto. Yo, real talk.
Yeah.
Do you remember Strong Bad?
Sounds familiar. What is it?
It's a cartoon, and I'm gonna send you the picture. This guy called Strong Bad,
okay.
And he had an enemy that he had called the Cheat.
Okay.
And I swear to God, he looks just like a certain person who people call 45.
Man.
At least to me, you put a toupee on it and it's spitting it.
Yeah, you put it. Okay.
Yep.
And I'm gonna put the link in the description. Then I'm gonna stop talking about him because he angers me.
Why would he ever anger you?
Oh, we can do a political podcast that'll last
nope.
16 hours about that.
Nope.
You want me to break that down?
I am not committed to that one.
Yeah, don't. Just avoid it by all costs. Anyway, we're going to be talking about video games. So,
yeah.
First of all, there's a lot of stuff that we didn't get to talk about. I know we wanted to talk about Destiny 2. And we're going to get more information on that, of course, at E3. But just going around the table, general impressions of the Destiny 2 gameplay reveal.
Where?
Who wants to start?
I'll probably have like the least amount to say, so I guess I'll start. But overall, I liked it. You know, it got me really excited to play Destiny again. It looks like Destiny, so that's great and concerning at the same time because there were certain things I did not like about Destiny, and there were things that I really liked about Destiny. So they spoke on a few of the major changes that they're, changing to the game and how the game works and stuff like that. And that has me more leaning towards less concerned part of, the game. But overall, I'm pretty excited for it. I played a lot of Destiny, so I'm probably going to be playing a lot of Destiny too.
All right, Prod, you want to go or you want me to go first?
I mean, I'm going to be fairly short as well. Modem hit on the major point. It looks like Destiny won. So I don't think after 200 hours much has changed in terms of how much I enjoy the game. Beyond that, they've made improvements for a lot of people that play solo. They've made improvements. Seems like across the board they've taken a lot of community feedback, so that's good. Beyond that, I just need to know when the PC version is coming out because I just need to know what the staggered release is going to look like. And I'm excited. It's still the most anticipated game for me this year. That's not going to change. That game is just cannot wait for Destiny 2.
Yeah, and I'm going to be brief too because there's no need to gush. Yeah, I agree. It looks like Destiny, but I like the changes that they made as far as more so embracing its MMO qualities and not running away from it like they did, trying to cater to all things. I mean, it will. I think it'll make the grind better. I think it will make it more appealing, like you said, to solo players because you don't have to necessarily always find a group to do something. They'll give you ways of interacting and all the strikes and things like that without having to have a dedicated crew to run with you. So that's good. I like that they put everything in game, including clans. They've changed up the menu system so you don't have to go to orbit. That to me was like huge. It seems like a small thing, but it's like goddamn. I get tired of all these transition scenes and stuff like that. But it looks like now you're going to actually get the game that they probably wanted to make, but because they decided to make it for last gen as well, they couldn't do that. And that's the thing that's made me more excited more than anything. Now we actually get to see what would have happened if there was no PS3 or Xbox 360 version, because I think that held that game back a lot in the long run. So I think now they're going to have a little bit more freedom and more flexibility, and you're going to get a lot more out of the game. So that's how I look at Destiny 2. All right, so what else did we miss that was major?
It's been a minute.
There's a ton of release dates for games. I know, like they just announced a couple release dates this week for some things. Like Hellblade got announced.
Oh yeah.
The new Final Fantasy Disgaea got announced.
Can't wait. Let's see. What else is?
They pushed back Shadow of War.
Oh, what they pushed that back to?
That's October, which I found very weird. They would push it there because now they're putting it in a very precarious. It was in a good spot in August.
It was in a really good spot. I was super happy. It was like the only. It was like the only major game I actually cared about between like now and obviously Destiny. In fact, this comes out in October means I may have to split time between it and Destiny, which is. But if it makes it a better game, the last one was pretty good, so I'll trust them to, actually make some good decisions.
Yeah, I hope it does well because the last one had the sleeper factor. No one was expecting it, but now everybody's expecting great things out of it. So it has, being pushed into the sea of games that are coming out in the fall. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, I just saw that Target may have leaked the name of the new Assassin's Creed. Ain't that nice?
Why
Target?
We always leak. We always just leak.
By the way, don't shop at Target because one, your credit card information will get stolen. Really.
Don't shop at GameStop either.
Yeah.
I just need to remind people that it's been 6 months since I worked for them, and I just.
But yeah, apparently they're selling $5 reservation cards for Assassin's Creed Origins already.
Well, that's nice. The Pokemon Nintendo Direct, which happened earlier this week, where we got a re-release of Pokken, and the follow-up or a sequel, essentially, to not Black and White, to Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon, which has come out to like mixed feedback. A lot of people for Pokken are really just hoping that Nintendo doesn't mess Pokken up this time. It always came across.
How did they mess it up the last time?
It came across as a pretty interesting game, but there wasn't a whole lot of support. One example is it's a fighting game that to play at 60 FPS, you need 2 consoles. If 2 people are playing on one console, you could only get 30 FPS, and people were kind of like, "Oh, okay."
Wow.
And things like that just ended up making it very... Yeah, let's just hope they added a couple more characters and a lot of the DLC stuff that they talked about.
You get 3 extra characters.
Yeah, 2 of them were they had already announced as like DLC characters, and they had which kind of surprised people. I believe I could be wrong. I don't follow Nintendo stuff, but I believe that's what I heard. And then in terms of Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon fell off pretty quickly, just because people thought the region got boring, and apparently, while it was better overall in terms of a grind with more stuff to be done, the region just didn't grab people like normal. But from some of the Pokemon YouTubers out there, they have talked about that there are features that they've heard about that they can't talk about yet that will be coming in the next few months that they feel will excite a good number of Pokemon fans. So don't be too cynical yet.
Well, I'm not going to be cynical, but I'm going to ask this question. So what other Wii U games are they going to re-release on Switch, do you think?
So I just want to, not even Wii U, but I'm not, before
well, in 3DS possibly.
I just want to make this point very clear. One thing that was noted, if you looked at the live stream, every single Pokemon game except for Diamond, Pearl, and was it Diamond Pearl? I want to say it was Diamond Pearl. No. Yeah, I think it was Diamond, Pearl, and whatever the other one was. What came out with Pokemon Diamond and Pearl? That generation of Pokemon, I believe it was, were not on the shelf behind him. And seeing as Nintendo love to re-release Pokemon games.
But no, I'm not just talking about Pokemon in general. Yeah, I know they like to do that, but
what games
we just saw Mario Kart come, where you see Splatoon 2, which is basically Splatoon, plus 3 new maps, they basically said.
I mean...
And you got Pokken.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that what they're going to do to fill in the gaps or to re-release some of the later release games that didn't do so well.
Yeah.
On the Wii U, since nobody really bought the Wii U. I'm trying to figure out what else could they do.
What came out on the Wii U and like it?
And see, that's the thing. Because they've already done Mario Kart, and they've done Pokken. They done Splatoon. So what now?
Top 25
is
Wii
there
games. Isn't this is really stretching me right now. Maybe Xenoblade might get a release.
Yeah, they might do that. Yeah, I could see that. Was there a Fire Emblem that came late on the?
Oh, Captain Toad.
Okay.
Treasure Tracker. That's another.
Oh, wasn't there? What's his name too? Oh God, what is his name? I can't remember. Billy Kirby. Didn't they have like a Kirby game?
I think Yoshi's Woolly World as well as Kirby's whatever. Both of those could see probably re-releases. So that's the really weird thing. Like I don't. The Wii U exists in this really weird space where it existed for what, like 4 to 5 years?
Yeah.
And the games that came out for it were like...
They had some solid games. It just, the console didn't, so...
Well, people didn't know whether it was a console or...
Well, yeah, it was kind of a confusing launch, and... Yeah, they dropped the ball on that. But, I mean, if they could make up some of their sales, I don't blame them for re-releasing these games. I mean,
well, It's kind of just like a cash grab.
I mean, well, yeah, it is a cash grab. Yeah, it definitely is a cash grab. Because again, like I said, this whole Splatoon 2 thing is pretty damn laughable. The fact that it's every map from the first game plus a few more.
Did they enhance the graphics, change the way the map look? Like,
you're getting the original maps, and then you're getting new maps, and you're getting new character designs and things like that. But it's pretty much, they could have just called it Splatoon enhanced or revamped or whatever.
Yeah, that would have been better. Because now I just feel like that was just a lazy ass cash grab.
Yeah, I mean, it was their most popular game.
Which it should, well, I won't say that. I'll say it's understandable why. Because the game was really good for what it was. And so on. But then when you bring it over to the Switch and you just add in a couple of new maps, a couple of new characters, same gameplay, no new mechanics, no visual enhancements, nothing really changed.
I'm going to assume there's going to be a better visual experience since the Switch is a better piece of hardware, I'm assuming. So,
well, yeah.
They would upgrade something there, but yeah.
Well, at the same time, it's Nintendo.
Yeah.
They don't really change much.
I mean, they can get away with it because a lot of people who got the Switch now probably never even cared to think about the Wii U. So It's probably like they're thinking, well, this is going to be all new to a bunch of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Die-hard people,
I just don't agree with it. I'm with you. It's like, damn, this is what we're gonna be doing because I could see a lot of stuff like Bayonetta 2 trickling out. You said this on your stream, Mike? You said this on your stream like last night, I think. Doom being the best reboot or remake of a game, to this day, like ever. And I totally agree with that because not only did it bring it visuals into the modern times, its gameplay into the modern times, but keep the same feel of Doom. Like, it totally threw me off guard with this gameplay, but it was totally a modern title. So you can obviously see that's not a cash grab. It was done right. So I'm just like, everybody should take note. Whenever you're doing any kind of remake or revamp or re-release, do it right. And this is definitely not done right as far as Splatoon 2 goes.
It also depends on the people remaking it, though. Like, you got to give it to the right studio. Most of the time, I don't think it's as big of a deal of, like, getting the right people on board.
Yeah.
And because of that, I think that creates its own issues. Because, like, the people that did Doom obviously cared about the game. Yeah. Now, how well that game does, how well that goes or translates into, like, how popular or how well the game did, I think from a single-player perspective, I only heard good things. Yeah, multiplayer perspective, the multiplayer was around for a little bit. But
man,
remember Splatoon was the multiplayer game of the year when it was out.
I don't want to even don't want to have you know how I feel about stuff like that.
I think the reason why I made that is largely a part of Nintendo not being a multiplayer platform per se, and they actually had a multiplayer game that was actually doing pretty well for their platform.
Yeah, I think that's true. It's just, I don't know. I feel like those awards are still just it frustrates me every time I see it. Like,
I mean, I don't care for award shows. It's nice. You're like, oh man, my game got Game of the Year. That's cool. But overall, until we have like 100% voting or as near 100% as we possibly could get, like let's say 70 or 85% of the community not just the vocal minority, not just the people who are actually willing to. I'm gonna go to this website and I'm gonna choose my favorite games for the awards, categories and all that. It's not gonna be a representative of the masses, like at all.
Well, I think to some degree it is. I don't know, because for that, when it gets especially those categories, I think that this is really a off topic, but the idea is that the people that go out and talk are the people that generally support. But either way, like, I'm not a general fan of like fan voting for video games in general, as somebody that wants to pursue it as like a career in a sense, because I feel like fun is a very important part of a game, but whether or not a game is inherent or what defines fun is so subjective that if you're trying to be like, hey, this game is really fun, I mean, you have to toss so many things out there, like, are you playing with friends? If so, that kind of negates the fact like that the friendship could be what's making it fun. I feel like gamers know what they have fun with, but what makes a good video game and what is inherently fun can be two very different things.
It's very subjective and on case by case basis.
Yeah, like there's a reason why like Doom was getting the praise it was getting, even though it didn't do super well. Titanfall 2 got a lot of praise. There are like plenty of games that don't do like amazingly well that still I think deserve some limelight and some opportunity. And then you're always will have the Activision will always have a game that is up for Game of the Year. At this point, they have their Destinies, their Call of Duties, World of Warcraft, whatever they want to toss out there. Activision will have something in the Game of the Year run. And it's stuff like that where I'm like, if you give it open to people that just play and you're just like, hey, yeah, go vote. The masses are going to generally just be like, well, what's being played the most? It's still going to be the Call of Duty. It's still going to be the... and it gives an edge to multiplayer games, but I don't think it's super fair. Because, like, a single-player game, even though it's one of my favorite games of all time, and I will continue to praise it till the day I fucking die, Witcher 3, I have not gone and touched in, like, a year now since the last DLC came back out, but that doesn't take away how much I think the last DLC in the game as a whole is good. But I think like there's plenty of games I can look at like PUBG right now, or a lot of people would argue Overwatch, or any game that had like consumes a lot of time. Multiplayer games just you put more hours into because inherently there's high replay value to them.
Yeah.
But that's a word shows and
yeah, but it's also single player games have lost their replay value. Like,
I see that's funny because I don't think they have lost it. I think just that multiplayer makes it easier to leave a single player game, because a game like Horizon Zero Dawn is going to always be really, really good.
Yeah.
A game like, Halo 3 is always going to be classic.
Yeah.
You can play that, you can pick that up again and still get the same enjoyment. But I think, like Proud said, multiplayer being there, the replay value of it is kind of more enhanced because it's not just you playing something that you enjoy, but it's something that you can play that you enjoy in a sociable way.
Yeah.
And I think the sociable thing kind of helps put multiplayer over the top, because while I don't mind playing a campaign over again, if I wanted to like shoot the shit with y'all, I'm gonna jump on a multiplayer game. You know what I mean?
To give you an example of a game that can kind of fit to some degree both categories is recent release Tekken 7. I've been playing a decent amount of it. I've been enjoying it. The online has been completely and utterly broken. I have literally played, I think, since the game dropped last Friday, I've managed to get into 3 non-private matches online. Like, I've been able to play a total of 3 people online, and that has just dropped the replay value. Have I played it single player? Yeah. I've gone into training mode or the offline modes and played it some. I've got a couple of lobbies of friends together to play, but I can definitely say that I would have played the game a lot more if I'd been able to play online. And that is just the inherent nature of a lot of games today, where we want like multiplayer in that social aspect. It's why voice chat isn't really a good thing anymore in gaming. For the most part, most people aren't like super communicative, and if they are, it's in very specific games where communication is required. It's kind of like, hey, I want to get on and play with my friends, and that's why I multiplayer game.
I made a commentary about that one time. How I feel like party chat has destroyed a big social aspect of online gaming. But when I say that single player has lost its replay value, I don't mean like you don't want to play the same campaign over and over again. Personally, me, I don't like hearing the same stories unless they were like super fucking good. Like the last single player game I played like over and over again was The Wolf Among Us by Telltale. And I played my main playthrough where I made decisions how I would really make these decisions. And then I played another playthrough where I did it like this, and then I played a third playthrough where I did it like that. Now, back in the day of Modern Warfare, the first Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, the first Modern Warfare, the campaign, when you played through the campaign and you found mission intel, if you collected enough, they unlocked cheat codes for the game's campaign. And, you know, these cheat codes varied from slow down time, maybe. When you shoot enemies, they turn into tires, cluster bombs, like things of these nature. So when you play through the campaign and you found all this this intel, that's the first aspect that is lost. Finding intel now isn't really rewarding. Maybe you get an achievement, cool, and that's it. Before, it was like, okay, you find all these intels, you're going to unlock some video or cheat code or some level or some skin or something like that and play as this character or so on and so forth. Then secondly, playing through the campaign again with those cheat codes enabled made it a different experience than just playing the campaign seriously. Like I played through the campaign with cluster bombs and turning enemies into tires when they died. And I would just throw bombs into the air. They would explode, cluster bombs all around, turning people into tires all around. Like that was a whole nother experience. So that's when I say that they lose a replay value, because when it's kind of just like the movie theaters, we rarely ever go see a movie at the movie theater. At least I feel like most people. There's people who just go like every weekend or whatever, right? But for most people, I would say we rarely ever go to a movie theater until we find something that we're like, we have to go see this at the movie theaters. We can't wait. We have to go see it at the movie theaters. So then we'll go see it. If it was good, great. We didn't waste our money. If it was great, even better. If it was just phenomenal, we'll go back to the movie theaters to see it again because it was that damn good. And like I said, with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, I replayed the campaign because there was some replay value there because it was a different experience. Same campaign, same enemies, same, AI doing what AI do, but I was rewarded for finding mission intel. I had cheat codes unlocked and changed how the campaign was played for me. Versus The Wolf Among Us, I didn't have any of this, but the story was so interesting. I had to play it multiple times just to get the whole thing. And now, for me, most games are like going to the movies. I'm going to go, there's some games I have to go see this at the movies. And then if I play through the campaign and it was good, great. But rarely is any games where it's just like, oh my God, phenomenal. I have to play this campaign again. And like the last game, I think, that had a co-op campaign, besides like Destiny, which the focus is co-op campaign, that had a co-op campaign was Black Ops 3. Call of Duty Black Ops 3, where we could have our friends come join in on a campaign, and we'll play through the campaign together. That's a different experience. Like you, as a matter of fact, Mike, you brought up Halo 3. For anybody who does not know, Halo 3 is my favorite game of all time. That's my favorite game. Like, I love Halo 3. I spent so much time in Halo 3. If you ever want to get me going on a rant, let's talk about Halo 3. I can talk about Halo 3 all day. There was a time when Halo 3, was Microsoft's big hit, that people, when we were done with multiplayer or we were getting tired of multiplayer, hey, you want to go play the campaign? Yeah, let's go play the campaign. Who the fuck says that now? Nobody. Like, if there's a game, please point it out. But as far as I know, I don't ever hear somebody go, hey, you want to go play the campaign? Yeah, let's go play the campaign. All right, come on, let's go play the campaign. That shit doesn't happen now. And it's largely, in fact, largely a part of the replay value isn't there. The co-op value isn't there. Just the reward for doing this again isn't there. Even the Spider-Man games on the original Xbox, when you play through a certain way, you unlock costumes, and these costumes had different abilities. You could play the Spider-Man campaign being a Green Goblin. Like, it's just shit like that that's just not in today's single-player campaigns.
Your narrative just made me, one, feel very, very old and very, very sad at the same time. You made me realize what's changed when it comes to gaming, and I feel bad now that I really feel like the thing that I enjoy most about modern gaming is also the thing that maybe is what killed people's enjoyment of gaming. And that's the narrative storytelling. Because back in the day, NES, Sega and all that, games had story premises, but they weren't really like long drawn out old narratives. You had some text in RPGs, those were about the like biggest length storytellings, but for the most part it was you were given a premise and an objective, and you played the game, and if you really, really enjoyed the game for the gameplay, you play that game again and again because you were really into the gameplay. I think now the games being longer, with there being more narrative, cutscenes, things like that. Like you were saying, to go back to play Call of Duty, the intel was the draw. They have to now throw in carrots for people to want to come back to get. And once those carrots run out, then what's next? Okay, well, maybe I need to play this on hard to get trophies. That's where trophies and achievements come in. It's like they're throwing these little, now it's the draw for gamers isn't that they thought it was a fun game to play, but you have to have something extra. And I think that's where the replay value, I guess, has drawn up, because we don't view games to say we're not playing them just have fun anymore. There's things have evolved so much and have so much depth now that there's way more things to look at than just, is this a fun game to play? And multiplayer kind of feeds that old school way of gaming where I'm getting online to either be competitive with people, like we used to be competitive when we played Madden together,
right?
In person, or I'm just playing because I enjoy playing this game, and especially with my peeps now. On top of not just me playing it by myself, but I can now play it with all my friends as well. So multiplayer has become the old school gaming experience, whereas the story now, it's flipped. It's like, it's not, and that's kind of sad to me, because Legend of Zelda, I played that game so many times, the original one. I can't tell you how many times I beat it. But every time I play it, I would love it to death. But I can even admit now, I will play through a campaign, I will love it to death, and I'll probably not pick it back up again, because maybe I'm not trying to play a 10-hour campaign or 20-hour campaign over again and sit through all the cutscenes and things like that. Like I can now. I don't care about trophies or achievements, or like doing all that other extra stuff. So it's like once the campaign is over, to me, it's like I love this, but I move on. And that's weird. It wasn't like that before, but now, yeah, it is, and that makes me kind of feel sad because I used to love playing games. And I don't think it's that again, I don't think that anybody who likes playing campaigns over again, I don't think this replay value is dead. It's just that it's not. It doesn't have its hold for single player like it used to. I just think that things have changed to the point where, yeah, the value in replaying a 10, 20-hour campaign has lessened. It's like you said, even if you find a great movie, you're not going to go back to the movie theater and see it over again, nowadays. Whereas you may have back in the day. So, yeah, it's definitely changed.
I mean, it's kind of just period. Like, the Lord of the Rings 3, my favorite movie of all time. I seen that movie when it first came out. I seen it on my birthday, but it came out on my birthday, surprisingly. And then I seen it 4 more times in movie theaters after that. Love that movie. The Emperor's New Groove, the cartoon, we went back and seen that movie maybe 20 times because it was that damn good. And so really just my argument is when I speak of like going to the movies, right, we're only going to go to a movie that we deem we can't wait for. We got to see this right now. And it's the same way with games. We're not going to buy games. We're just like, I'm not really sure about that one. I'm going to wait on the price drop. I'm going to wait for, this down the line or the game of the year edition or some shit that they're going to come out with. So we treat game purchases just like going to the movies. We're only going to buy games where we're just like, we have to have this right now. And then if we buy it right now, when you sit through it, we play through it and whatever. If it's good, great. If it's great, even better. But, if they don't have multiplayer, the experience is over because it wasn't just so grasping. And especially if it doesn't have that different experience to add on to it. Like I said, with the mission intels and so on and so forth. I used to be an achievement hunter. Halo Reach, I would play, and matter of fact, Halo 3, but I play the games on the hardest difficulty solo just to get the achievement. Anybody who's ever played these games would understand that the difficulty it was playing solo and playing on the hardest difficulty. So, it used to be like that because there was some reward value there. But now it's kind of like in the gaming industry have shifted the focus as well as part of the reason why it feels like this. But multiplayer has added that replay value. I mean, look at Overwatch, look at PUBG.
I mean, it's the generational thing. I think it's gamers, most gamers, because the majority of gamers, even though they say they're like 30, like what? I think the majority of gamers are somewhere between like that whole demographic, like 24 to 45 or something like that, 30, and I think even bigger when you get into like the 30 to 45 area.
It makes sense to me, at least.
I think for them and for a lot of people, a lot of us, games have become what's it called? Like the value proposition of games have actually become a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Most gamers now are going to argue like, is this game worth it?
Yeah.
And I think to some people, I think Black and I have always pretty much agreed on that. Like, I'm not the biggest person about like whether it's a 6-hour game, a 10-hour game, or a 200-hour game. I don't expect to get the time I got out of Destiny out of every game, but as long as I enjoyed the time I do spend, some of the games that I've had the most problems with are games that I spent an hour or less with, same as games that I've spent like 100 hours with. Like, there are certain things that just eventually get to you and grind you down that will do that. But gaming nowadays, I game the way I do now because of the Xbox 360, Xbox Live, because I got to play with friends, and part of me misses it because that's why I love Witcher 3 and certain like when you come out with this grand scale RPG that you can go back and play and you can play very different ways. I think they exist, but they don't exist in the way that I want them to anymore because I don't think people care about a cool story anymore. People aren't looking for. If people want a cool story, they'll play the. I know you were mentioning the Telltale games. Like that's where I care about the story. It's in a Telltale game, but my Call of Duties, I don't need that. Titanfall had a nice story. It wasn't ridiculously like the best story ever, but it was a good sci-fi story, and there was a couple of games that came out in that time frame. But again, it doesn't. I guess a lot of people just don't want that anymore, which is sad. It hurts my feelings.
Yeah, and to see for me being older, a lot of times with me, like time is always the issue with me, and that's the thing. Like my time is consumed with so many things that I can't get to the game the way that the younger people can. Like I don't have that free time, and that pisses me off too because there's so many games I want to play, so many games I want to finish. But again, I think if you ask a lot of older gamers, that's kind of what would push us to doing more multiplayer stuff is the time thing. Because, again, go back in the day, 10-hour campaign was maybe the longest that you've ever seen, and that was only for RPGs. Now, a 10-hour game is, like, short to a lot of people. And most of us don't have time to spend 10 hours just on a campaign. So it's easier for me to turn this on and to get on Destiny and run around and do a couple of strikes, or to get on Battlefield 1 and play a rotation of maps for Rush and all of that,
It should not trying to cut you off, but yeah, like my favorite genre of games used to be RPGs.
Yeah, me too.
And now they've shifted to more like MOBA-esque RTS and like strategy games.
Yeah.
And it's not even like one part of it is like you were just saying, Black, like the time thing. I think the running number for Persona 5 was, I think the website was like, is how long to beat. I think and I think Persona it was a ridiculously long ridiculously long number. I'm trying to pull it up right now while I talk.
Yeah.
How long to beat Persona 5? The main story on Persona 5 right now.
Ridiculous.
How long to beat is 93 and a half hours. Who has 93 and a half hours to get through the story of a game? I'm sorry. If this is the one game you want to buy for the year, feel free. But they
like 4
here. The rushed playthrough of the game is 60 hours long.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, that is essentially a extra long work week.
It's a work week. Yeah.
A work week and a half of just grinding in one game. And another thing that I think is
that's not a work week and a half. That's a full fucking paycheck cycle for the average.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's 2.5. That's almost 2.5 weeks of work.
And I say that to say the other thing that's changed is that we get games super often now. Like we are, I don't care what anybody has to say, one of my favorite times of the year as a gamer, because this is that nice 3-month period where there is very few games coming out. I don't have to worry about what's coming out next Tuesday or next Friday. This is just the time where announcements happened. Indies come out, a few games here and there come out, but it's not like when we get to November or we're in January or February, because like February this year, we had Horizon, Neo. At the end of January, we had Resident Evil. We had For Honor. We had like a game coming out every week. And each one of these games, if each one is 10, 15, 20 hours, which comes to my personal dislike of open world games now, you end up just...
I will never
finish my backlog. I will never finish my backlog.
I can't. It's
as much
hard.
as I want to.
Yeah, it's interesting how things.
And that's like what game? There's a bunch of games recently where you'll see me play a game super hard until I hit that point where it's like, hey, you gotta grind to do A, B, and C to get through this next part. And I'm like, why do I need to, can I just keep playing the game? It's why I appreciate games now like Dark Souls, where they're like, you could grind or you could just bang your head against the wall for an extra 5 hours and beat it. At least give me the option. There are literal things in games where it's like,
yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why the new Zelda kind of made it such a big splash, dude. Because you don't have to play that whole game. You have the option where I can play this for 50, 100 hours, or I can play for a few hours and get to the end and still get the same amount of enjoyment. But you don't have that with a lot of games. Like, yeah.
Man, I just that is amazing to me. Like, and
that game is 93 and a half hours.
The main story is 93 and a half hours. Like,
I mean, do you realize what that means? That means that you're not doing side missions. No, like, you're just doing the main story.
I want you to, like, they have on here rushed.
Right, the rush playthrough is 60 hours.
The rushed playthrough is 62 hours, 62 and a half hours. The average player takes 91, almost 92 hours to beat the game. Like, say what you want about the Call of Duty campaigns. I will take 9 of them to play through Persona, like overplay Persona 5.
Personally, I love them. I don't care how bad people like to say the story is or how short they are. I think that's one of the reasons why I do like them and why, like, a friend of mine, he only buys it for the single player. But he's the older guy like me. And he knows, like, he's going to get 5-6 hours of action-packed, crazy, ridiculous story. He can burn through it. He can do it, like, over a weekend, if not, like, a day. And he doesn't have to, worry about when he's going to find the time to finish it. I think that's what appeals to him the most about it. I mean, I know it's ridiculous, but shit, like, again, when you get older, your time is so limited. It's like, especially somebody like him, like, he has, like, so many things to do. Or, like, God forbid if I had a kid. Oh, my God. I don't know if I could even do it all if I had a kid.
That shit would be ridiculous. For me, and I think I've differed from both Chris and Mike on this, where I would say a game being worth its price is how many hours am I going to put into this game. So my general rule of thumb is every hour is worth $1. So if you have a 6-hour campaign, you can probably get away with charging $15 for it, but I would say it's worth $6. So a good example would be, for me, Grand Theft Auto 5. The campaign took me around 30 hours. I finished the campaign in 3 days. I played 10 hours a day and finished it in 3 days. Multiplayer wasn't available for the first 2 weeks. So 14 days, right? I finished the campaign within 3. That means I had to wait 11 days to play multiplayer. So I would say Grand Theft Auto 5 was worth like $45 at best. But for Persona 5, the difference between, for me, for Persona 5 and Call of Duty games, their campaigns and stories don't last 60 hours. They have maybe, like, each campaign maybe take 10 hours each. So there's been like 7 games so far. So that's 70 hours. I would literally, like, process like 9 games worth of stories. So Persona 5 is definitely worth $60 in my eyes. I mean, even if you played it in like episodes where you spent like, I'm gonna spend this amount of time on this month, and I'm gonna wait another 6 months to come back to it. Like, that's pretty cool in my eyes. Like, 60 hours rushed through just playing the main points. That's pretty cool. I wish more games did shit like that because Call of Duty and other games, you know, they tell these grandiose stories and the stories be so short and feel like so rushed, and you wish that these things was fleshed out and that was fleshed out, but they choose not to flesh these things out. And it's like, personally, I feel like when I'm just like, man, I wish I just had more shit to play in the game. And I'm just thinking like, I mean, I would have even been happy if they just did the bare minimum. Like, that is a sad feeling to be happy with the developers just doing the bare minimum. So I praise for Persona 5's developers. That's good shit. 60 hours? Hell yeah.
See, the only thing I disagree with that, like the whole bare minimum thing is, I always say this, like, yeah, that's good. It's 60 hours, but what if, like, 50 of those hours suck?
Yeah, like if 50.
And that's why I always try to rate it to, like, am I going to enjoy this? Because there are a lot of games that, even though I like them, that are long, there's always that period that they give you in those games that you can tell they're stretching.
Yeah.
To make this a longer game.
And that's what
and I hate that.
That's the biggest issue to me.
Tell your story.
If you can tell a good story and you have gameplay mechanics, like, I'm fine with that. Do that. Yeah. Tell your story, but don't be like, hey, now you get to fight purple version and red version. Here's escort mission difficulty 3, because we don't want you to feel bad that you have only played this game for X amount of time. Because, like, Modem, if I could ask, do you value like, because as a fan of Lord of the Rings as well, would you value Lord of the Rings as a movie differently than you may value older, like some of the older movies that were only like an hour to an hour and a half? As in, like, it's a much shorter movie. You're getting a shorter experience.
Right.
But if it's able to provide you just as much enjoyment, would you still pay? Like, would you want to wait for that movie to maybe be half as much or not be necessarily seeing it in theaters versus, I know Lord of the Rings is a little differently because it sounds like you're like me where I don't care. I just want more Lord of the Rings.
Right. It's my shit for sure. So and I guess I'm not clear on that aspect too, because to me, it's like subjective, like with anime viewers. People who watch anime, there's like this split community who's like, fillers are cool. I enjoy fillers. There's this community that's just like, fuck fillers. I hate fillers. Then there's like the people down the middle. Well, if the filler is good, I'll watch it. If not, I'll just skip it. So with Destiny being a good example, when the campaign side of things was over, I was just like, why didn't they? First, I was upset that the beta gave us pretty much half the game, or like a third of the game. And then I was upset that the way they started off the game was like, you're revived, you're the super awesome being, you have powers, let's get back into the shit. And it felt so rushed. And I was just like, why didn't we have like a kind of like a tutorial, to say the least, where they're like, you gotta regain your light. You gotta, go through the history of what a warlock is and what a I'm forgetting the other characters. A Titan is, and so on.
We don't care about Titans.
We don't care
okay. I'm gonna let all y'all die.
But
no help. Captain America ain't saving nobody.
But what I'm saying is, right? So the movie that's 2 hours versus a movie that's, say, 3 to 5 or even 6 hours. I would watch a 6-hour movie if it was engaging the whole 6 hours. Even if it has some parts where it kind of winded down and then it built back up, that's cool. I have no problems with that. I don't like stretching in any sense. I can certainly tell when there's like stretching, and then there's kind of just like when they're kind of like filling some stuff in, when they're just kind of like, until we get to this part, here's a little something, like, just enjoy that. So I don't want them to stretch it out where it's just kind of like, hey, Guardian, go over here and deal with this threat that's so overwhelmingly powerful. And you get there and it's a fucking cat just doing like hat tricks or some shit. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, obviously you're stretching out the game. But if you're giving me if you're giving me a mission that has some backstory that fills me in on something that's adding to the narrative as a whole, I'm all down for that. So, like you said, if you could tell the story in 2 hours, that's cool. But how many games have we ever been that had like just a really short campaign, let's say it like that, and we were so fucking into it, and they were just like, is that it? That's all they're giving us? And you got so many questions, so many this, so many that, and you're just like, why did they add this to the game? Why didn't they put this in? And that's what I'm saying. Like the feeling of, I would be happy if they just did the bare minimum of, let's call it stretching or adding in some details or whatever.
I think that's the problem with the storytelling too of gaming. Gaming is going to always have that hard balance. And it is another thing too is the cost. Cost is going to be a big matter, but these games are $60 a piece, and I can understand why the price, the dollar value, would kick in too. Because you have to make the game fun to play, and you have to make the story engaging. And some people, they're not good at balancing that.
Right.
It's like really, really hard to find people who can do that balance. And that's where it like just gets all off kilter too. So yeah, right. I can understand like that you would want them to like stretch if it's such a short burst that doesn't explain everything, as opposed to a long drawn out story. I mean, it's all subjective.
I got you. All right, probably you can go.
I was gonna say, I was just an analogy. If you're trying to stretch your alcohol and you adding water to the vodka bottle to try to make it last longer, you're doing something wrong.
Right.
Like, I just have it be quality the entire way through. And for me, and I get it, there's some people that are going to be like, look, the game is not worth it, which is I'm not going to tell anybody to be like, this is how you should spend your money.
Right.
But I'm saying, I think there is a portion of people where we'll be like, all right, I'm happy with that. My thing, what I appreciated with the Destiny campaign, which I'm going to say this, there were plenty of problems with it. I have to go on record because people like to tell me that I love Destiny in every facet, but there were problems with it. But what I did appreciate it was once I got it down, that was a singular day affair.
Right.
I could go through that entire campaign, that first campaign part. Just there wasn't like a whole bunch of like, oh, I gotta sit here, and the grind was getting to different gameplay, like the raid and things like that. So I think doing that versus something like Max Payne, where I had to pull down 30 more towers to progress to stage 3. And then in stage 4, you had to pull down 50 more.
Right. See, those pointless ass tags where it's just like, okay, you want me to do all this shit because the game story is just not like you said, the tequila value just isn't there. There's a difference between an 8-ounce bottle and a fucking 16-ounce bottle. And I can tell the difference between an 8-ounce bottle mixed in with some fucking 8-ounce water. I can definitely understand that.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is, like, I don't want that kind of stretching. I don't want to the first time. All right, to get to level 2, you got to do like 15 towers. Okay, cool. This is new. And then to get to level 3, you got to do like 30 towers. Okay, what the fuck is up with that? But the missions where it's like, okay, so we're getting ready to go storm this big ass base. We need some time to prepare. So why don't you just go do something else for a little bit and come back? I'm cool with that. Where it's not just like do 30 towers. It's more like do whatever you want for this limited time frame and then come back when you're ready to go advance. And that's cool with me. And that's what I'm saying. Like we're saying, that's the difference between an 8-ounce tequila bottle mixed with 8 ounces of water and a 16-ounce tequila bottle. The quality difference is just there. So it just has to be done right.
Yep.
That's the biggest thing. And that's what That's where the replay value is there. Because if you got an 8-ounce tequila bottle mixed in with some water, how often you gonna drink that shit? Not very often. But if you got a 16-ounce tequila bottle and it's just quality all the way around, you're gonna revisit that tequila bottle very often. Because you know every time you come back to it, it's gonna be the same quality. And that's where it comes, like the replay value comes into play. Because if a movie was okay, you're not going to go see that movie at the movie theaters again. But if it's phenomenal, you're going to come back to the movie theaters and watch that movie again. It's just like the very degrees of what makes something have replay value or the replay value of that game. And like for me, certain things are subjective, and I don't like to deal with subjective things when it comes to criticizing things. I like to look at things as factual as I can and just across the board. So the way I like to judge if something is worth $60 is by how much time am I going to put into this game? How much content is there? So if they got a 15-hour campaign, but I'm going to put at least 45 hours into their multiplayer, that's 60 hours. That's a $60 game. But you know, when it comes to, well, is the game fun? That's subjective. I may not have fun with this game, but you might. When it comes to, is this game's graphics good? That's subjective. Somebody may be coming from PS2 graphics and never fucking upgraded in their life to the Xbox 360 or whatever. And they come into fucking PS4 and they're just like, yo, this shit is fucking amazing. Like I'll tell you, I was watching Michael feel old. I was watching the Superman movie, the old Superman movies, right?
Christopher Reeves.
So I'm watching this fucking movie, and like this, they try to set the building on fire or some shit, and you can see the movie effect. Just like some people, like they took video footage of fire, filtered out the background and made it transparent, and then added it in on top of the fucking shit.
Yeah, that's usually what they did.
Right? And I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow. And she was telling me, she was like, yo, man, this, when we first seen this, it was like, wow, this is amazing. And I was looking at her like, what? This is what y'all look at? Like, this is what amazed you? I mean, damn. You know, when you go to movie theaters now, you must just be blown out your fucking mind. Like, how do they do this?
Oh, you need to go and look up some really old sci-fi movies. From back
don't do that, Black. Don't
seriously.
Yeah.
That's why I'm gonna say this too. That's why I think Star Wars made such a big impact. Yeah, because the people who did those effects, God, why can't I think of the name right now? Oh gosh, they still do effects for all the movies today. They did like all the effects for stuff like Jurassic Park. They do all the Transformers effects. They were ahead of their time, even though they're still around now, doing the best graphics in the movie. They were ahead of their time because that was one of the few movies that you really, really had to pay attention to be able to see whether or not it was toys. They were using toys, but they were able to do it so well that it didn't look like that. But most movies, oh my fucking God. Go look at the original Clash of the Titans, please. Please.
And that's my point.
Look up the original Clash of the Titans. If you guys have never seen it, look at that. Now, that movie, when I was a kid, greatest thing in the world.
Right.
And it's still a good movie. But from your perspective, good fucking Lord, those goddamn monsters.
Right. And that's my point. When it comes to this shit, like a lot of this shit is subjective. So when we're talking about graphics and so on and so forth, is the graphics good? Well, let's compare them to a decade ago or even 5 years ago. What did the graphics look like back then? Oh, yeah, graphics pretty good.
Yeah.
Quick, going out to every single one of developers. Please pick a stylized art style that fits for your game. Don't go for hyperrealism. It will look bad in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years because graphics get better. Just
I'll put it like this. To this day, Battlefield 1 has the most realistic graphics I've ever seen. And I haven't played, too many games, but like I don't think there's any other games where like the graphics just look like holy shit, this looks like actual grass. So, You know,
Crisis,
like you said, the
Crisis
art
1 still
style.
looks hella good. I give Crisis.
You said
1
Crisis?
credit. Crisis 1 still looks hella good.
Okay, I haven't seen
But-
footage of that.
But I'm just
but that still is the benchmark. That's one of the few like.
But I guess what I'll say to you is like, what do you think of like back in the day, like Battlefield 3? Like, because there was a point where people were saying, "Yo, Battlefield 3 is the best."
People
looking
said
game.
that, and I disagreed. I didn't like and I didn't see Battlefield 3 on PC for the most part, but like on console and everything, they was like, "Oh man, it looks super
Now,
realistic."
even if you go back to like PC, you would have downloaded that now and try to compare it to Battlefield 1, you'd be like, yeah, what the fuck y'all talking about?
Right.
Good.
But just as far as like realistic, I don't think anybody at this point in time is going to develop a game where it looks like when I'm looking at my hand right now. It's just not going to look like that. But
if I could ask you one more question, then
yeah,
what resolution do you game at?
I super sample, so it depends on whatever the super sample value
I will
is.
only say because like it will to some degree.
Well, no. Okay, so
as you go up it, like I think that's the thing. We're gonna like we've gotten to a point where it looks really good. The next step is going to be like the improvement of textures, because that's what a lot of it comes down to.
No. But to ask you this, can you tell the difference between when you're looking at a game in real life, like if you're looking at a hand in game, right? And that's what I mean. There's just a difference between what you're looking at in real life and what you're looking at in game. I don't know. Maybe it will at some point, but I don't know if anytime soon we'll get to the point where it's just like, fuck, I'm looking at my hand in game. You know what I'm saying? And that's where, as far as graphics goes.
How would we ever get to that? Because that would be kind of dumb.
You know, but
think-
like
I
you said,
think
art
we
styles play a big part in that too.
I don't like I don't like
That's true.
because to me like it's just a matter of the next person that's like, I found how to diffuse light through the synthetic skin of a human to make it look even more realistic. I'm like,
Right.
The game looks very pretty. Thank you for the game developer talk that only like 5% of us, 10% of us really are paying a super close attention to.
Right.
Please don't like feel like your need to harp on this. Like every time, what are they? Is it Quantic Dreams? Every time they get on the E3 stage, like, so here's a tech demo of what Sony's new console can do. You're kind of sitting there like, all right, when are you gonna stop? Like, when are you gonna stop making this look so good? Like, this is just not.
I do you one better. When are you gonna stop making it look so good, but your games not be all that great?
Look,
Mind you,
I want you to understand. Look, let Quantic Dreams and David Cage make more glorified Telltale games. Please just let them keep doing that.
Yeah, but see, the Telltale games that tend not to have as good a story as Telltale games.
What do you
They look better than
mean?
Telltale games.
What do you
But
mean?
I mean,
What was
now, I
the
haven't
game?
played Beyond Two Souls. So maybe,
Okay, I was literally about to ask you what was the game with Ellen Page and
yeah, Beyond Two Souls.
and
But I hear mixed feelings about that. But I hear mixed things about Heavy Rain. Like Heavy Rain was cool, but it does have its problem story.
Can I disagree with you, Blatt?
What?
The issue is not Quantic Dreams. The issue is David Cage. He's
Yeah,
batshit
there you
insane.
go.
He's batshit
Yeah.
insane, and his games are fairly
There
predictable.
you go.
They're really good. They're kind of normal. They're really interesting, and then it goes batshit insane.
Yeah.
And you have one of two modes. You're like, I love this, or what the fuck? Like Beyond Two Souls, I'd recommend playing it. Shout out to Kadeem Hardison. I loved you, and look, you're still the best actor in the game. I don't give a fuck what anybody got to say. But there's a point in that game where it's just like, wait, what'd you say is going on now? Oh,
Right.
I thought we were going left, and
Okay.
you just jumped off the Grand Canyon.
Okay, so we've gone on a huge tangent as we always do. And this is what you should look forward to when we bring back the talk show about everything, because we just go on goddamn huge tangents that flow from one subject. And what was the original topic? It was Nintendo and fucking
Nintendo replay value.
re-releasing Pokemon Tekken. And we've gone all the way to game value and all that in the awards. Goddamn.
For
But really quick, just before we move on to the E3 stuff, because that's going to take a while too. Last big thing I wanted to talk about was: have you guys heard about the Nintendo Online service?
Yeah, where they're charging for multiplayer sessions and all that jazz.
So, what are your thoughts on the way they have that design?
I'm trying to figure it out because I have a mixed reaction to it. Because on one hand, you have like, I want to say a bad multiplayer experience. And on another hand, you have the experience where it's like, yeah, Cody. When the Wii U, right? The multiplayer experience on the Wii U was very lacking. There was no, multiplayer chat or anything like that. Like talking with people was like non-existent. Their multiplayer scene was severely lacking compared to the Xbox 360 and the PS4. Even with the Wii U, versus the Xbox One and the PS4, and even now. So I'm wondering, what are you going to offer to warrant charging people for your online services?
Well, I'll tell you what they're going to offer. So, for $20 a year, that's going to be the price.
All right, so that's the first thing I want to get at. That point right there. That I'm going to give you. Look, Nintendo, good price. You're literally telling somebody $20, which is essentially like the main bill. Like most things are done in bills of 20.
Yeah.
For $120, you for $120 bill, you can cover the entirety of.
Yeah. Unless you want to be that person who doesn't want to pay $20 a year, which what the fuck is wrong with you? Because the monthly subscription is $4 a month, or you can get a 3-month subscription for $8. So
hold up, wait, hold up. All right, hold up.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold up. All right, Nintendo, scratch that. What? Y'all really preying on people's downfall? How you make somebody pay double if they choose to pay month to month? Hold up.
Yeah, so basically, if I decide to do a month-to-month basis, I'm paying $60 a year. If I do the 3-month basis, then I'm paying what's that? $32 a year. So it would behoove me to just give you a $20 bill and call it a day. So you pretty much have they pretty much priced their whole plan to a point where, yeah, it makes more sense to just give you here thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. So with that, what you will get is, remember they were talking about giving people a classic game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're gonna do that. They're gonna let you have a classic, give you a classic game each month. So anything from the virtual console that they put out as the game of the month, you can get. So that's a good offer.
But are you gonna mention the caveat to that?
Well, they haven't said whether or not it's going to be a permanent.
I believe previously.
Previously they said it wasn't. They were saying you only have 30 days to play it.
Yeah.
And then they kick it out of your library, and then you go to the next one. But now it's being
like a free rental service. That's what the fuck.
Basically.
But now what you said $20 a month, you get a free game. Like that's still not a bad deal. I just want, because people will compare it.
Yeah, but just keep in mind that it's a free NES game.
Oh wait, hold on.
And then they put Super Nintendo on there.
So basically, what they just told everybody.
You also probably they also are trying to figure out whether or not they're going to make it the virtual console for the Wii U, and 3DS too. They haven't said yet whether or not that's going to be included. But it is known, like, for certain, NES games are a part of that classic game.
See, this is what we get for praising Nintendo's fucking classic libraries. Like, one thing I always hear about Nintendo is, well, they have some of the classic games, bro. Like, you gotta understand, Zelda is always going to sell. Mario is always going to sell. And I don't have a problem with them selling. But when you can say, this is what we're going to offer with our online subscriptions, we're going to offer you games that you might not even have heard of, depending on your generation, might not have even played, and it's only going to be available for 30 days.
See, but you got to understand. People constantly yell at Nintendo, hey, where's my Metroid? Where's this? Where's that? Y'all forget to add the word new a lot of the time. Nintendo is more than happy just to be like, oh, you want that? Got you. Can we get the cheapest option, please? Oh, we gave them one already. Give them the second. Got it.
Okay, no, they've confirmed you can take that game anyway. So no, it's not. They're gonna switch off every month. Like you go whatever's available in the classic library.
Oh, they recognize that people would get mad if you got rid of. Okay,
there's that.
They didn't make a stupid decision. Good job, Nintendo.
There's that. Now, whether or not what the limit of the games is going to be, they haven't said yet, because they probably have a limit. But at least not confined to that one game. Switch off every month. So.
Dude.
Okay, so do you guys got anything else to comment on this, or do you want me to get to the best part? Because we haven't got to the best part yet, people.
Yo, let's get to the best part then.
Okay. Best part. Now, what is something that we all know that's traditional in online gaming these days?
Oh, shit. So
there's two things, two, maybe three things that are now like, you always consider those to be a part of your online gaming experience.
Friend list, party chat, and servers.
Well, servers kind of come and go because some people have dedicated servers over there. It's like, but the thing that I was thinking was matchmaking system. Okay.
Oh, I would throw that in with servers because you can't have.
Oh yeah, true. That's true. So, for Nintendo's online service, you get these things, but they're not available through the Switch.
Huh? Yeah.
Here's how it works, Mo. If you want to chat with your friends, you want to matchmake, and you want to look at your invite to your friends list and all that.
Like you gotta give me on voice chat. Just keep talking. I'm gonna get him the diagram so he.
Because you need to see the picture of how that's gonna work. Too.
Just how.
That's even more convoluted than what I'm about to tell you.
So
stuff, you have to download an app to your smart device.
Which honestly, Black, I'm fine with. They told us this back when they announced it. They announced it. Fine. Oh, I didn't say it was good. Here's the thing.
On my smart device to run your party chat.
Here's the
your
thing.
Friends list.
Here's the thing.
Matchmaking system.
Modem, I linked it in the chat.
Yeah.
That's how you chat with people on your Nintendo Switch.
Wait, time on. Are you fucking telling me this little fucking Splatoon looking shit?
Oh, that is.
By the way, they are selling that. That's specifically a Splatoon design.
You got to remember, Splatoon's an eSport
that they're selling. That's their official headset. That's going to be their first official headset.
Doug, no, not even the headset, but like the port that everything is connecting to.
All right, let's talk. So you need the headset. Obviously, you need to get the sound from your phone and the sound from the Switch. So you're going to need a splitter.
Right, the splitter. We need a splitter?
Yes.
No, the best part.
You have to plug it from your phone to the splitter, from the splitter to the Switch, and then from the splitter to your headphone to be able to voice chat through a headset on the Nintendo Switch.
I'm looking for something because if I tell y'all, I don't want to get the number wrong. I believe the cords are also incredibly small. One
of them is 20 inches. I forget which one. I think the one from the splitter to the Switch is 20 inches.
Now, maybe I misinterpreted this when I first heard about this because I heard about the whole app thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was an add-on. Like, hey, if you want to connect with your friends and you're not at home, you can use our app.
No, you need to have your phone, and the phone has to have the app on it, or your tablet has to have the app. Whatever smart device you have that you're going to utilize, it has to have an internet connection, and it has to have the Nintendo Switch app for you to engage in online services like that.
Black, it has been clarified that the splitter's cords are less than 20 inches in length.
Yeah.
Which brings a very good question. If you want to play this thing docked,
why does Nintendo have to do shit ass backwards?
I'm not gonna even go with that. If you want to play your thing docked, if you want to put your Switch in the dock,
you better get a long cord for your head. Hopefully,
you better have. You need 3
sets. That's the thing. No one knows how long the headphone cord is, so people are guessing the headphone cord is going to be long. But think about that.
Here's the thing.
No, I know what you're going to go do. I'm going to go here too. But here's the thing: if it's docked and these things are 20 inches long, that means your dock is probably going to be close to your TV.
I'm not going to even say that. I'm not sitting my phone on the opposite side of the damn room to play.
Exactly. Your phone is going to be sitting in front of your TV while you're sitting back on your couch.
No.
Playing.
No.
And if somebody, God forbid, somebody calls you, you got to get your phone.
No, it's not even that. I want to make this point very
clear. Or if you want to
if you want to switch chats.
Exactly.
You know how annoying it is to switch game discs? If to get in a different party, I literally have to get up,
go get your
and
phone.
Walk across my living room
yes.
to press make 10 clicks. Here's my friend jumping his party. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play. All right, cool. Then I gotta go back and sit back down.
You better don't sit down because you gotta make sure they get the invite and connect first. You're not sure if they're gonna get it going or not.
I will kill somebody. Like, my issue is that if you have to give a drawing like this to explain to people how to correctly hook up voice chat. Now keep in mind, this is a third party. This is Hori, I believe.
Yeah.
So maybe Nintendo thought of something else. Maybe Nintendo's smart enough to be like, hey, here's a wireless headset that will just automatically connect to both.
No, that's what everybody was saying. It's like, everything has Bluetooth. Why don't you just do a Bluetooth headset?
Yeah. Because as modem, to quote a flying modem, a genius and forward thinker of our time, Nintendo does things ass backwards.
Yeah. Ass backwards.
And no, here's another thing that somebody threw out too that I was laughing at on the podcast. What if you have the new iPhone 7? Look at the connections. Look at the connections. Look at the connection. You gotta go buy that adapter.
Oh shit! That is so funny.
I just want to say, if we're talking also, I want to clarify. I want this all to be also understood as well. If I remember correctly, the Switch does not have an Ethernet port built in, does it? I don't remember it having
Wi-Fi.
So your phone and your Switch are gonna be on Wi-Fi while you sit on the opposite side of the living room and voice chat. Look, if they doing all this, you know they ain't gonna have push to talk in the game while you're playing your competitive esport that is Splatoon.
And that's not to mention. What about latency issues? What about when your game is like 5 seconds ahead of the voice chat and you trying to give out call outs and shit? Like, there's so many things that's wrong with this model of fucking. Oh my god!
Can we appreciate that somebody is gonna have to pay a hell of a lot of money because they forget to connect their phone to Wi-Fi and is voice chatting on their data plan?
Don't have Verizon. That's a wrap. That is a fucking wrap.
You're done.
Oh shit! I do that shit all the time. I'll come home from work and I'm just like watching videos and shit. I'm like, oh shit! I didn't turn on my Wi-Fi.
Right.
Do that shit all the time.
Mm-hmm. Until you get that little pop-up that's just like,
you're out of use.
You have like, nah, maybe just give me random numbers. You have used 45% of your data. Why do you say 45%?
Does it make a difference that the headset is going to cost around $30? Let's say.
Look, here's the thing. I'm gonna put this out there, and y'all can agree or disagree.
Yeah.
Nintendo, you have not shown that you're even at a point where I want you to price it anywhere near Sony and Microsoft. Let them price their stuff at 60, 150, them dollars that are just, I have to decide between a game and paying for their service. Let them go ahead and let them do that. You're not there when I have to literally build my own chat system. Hardware, just with your console.
Actually,
like
this is the thing. You would be better off just like doing what we're doing now. Getting on our PCs to chat if we really want to play.
Oh, I stopped plugging in
Discord.
headphones to my PlayStation. I literally am like, hey, do you have Discord?
Yeah, use fucking Discord if you for this thing. Whatever PC chat you have. Hell, you can fucking use Skype on your phone. That's not gonna be easy. Better than that, because at least you can put the speakerphone on. You don't have to like concoct some goddamn. You literally are setting up your own telephone system.
That actually tilts the living hell out of me. Like Nintendo.
So this is exactly why they're pricing it at $20 a year, because it's shit.
Well, it is. And you know what's even more messed up that like we don't even think about is that right now it's free. Keep this in mind.
Mm-hmm.
All the stuff that you're going to be able to do, because this headset's going to come out soon when Splatoon comes out, and the actual will be out this summer. So you'll be able to do all this stuff for free until January. Then you got to pay for it. So stuff that you're going to be used to doing, it's basically like if PS3, for all the like people touting it for being free online service, just decided one day to say, hey, now we need to charge you guys for this. After years of having a long period of time of giving you all this stuff for free, we decided you need to pay for it.
Nani? What? No, please. I'm just a child.
So, enjoy the free service now, because next year
don't enjoy anything. If you enjoy it, walk away.
I know again, $20. It's not a big deal, but it's still the fact that now all of a sudden all my shit's gonna be walled off.
So, it's not the pricing. That's the problem. It's not the pricing at all. It's more so what like when PS4 announced we're gonna start charging you for online services. Cool. Where is the money going? That's the problem, right? So now you are charging $20 for some gimped ass shit. Where is the money going? Like, you need to reinvest some of that money that you're getting from the subscription services into the infrastructure of your fucking services. Where I'm not using a damn splitter with my cell phone and the fucking Switch and a headset and for technical difficulties with iPhone 7s. Like,
modem, you're asking way too much here. It's like, I remember.
No, but he's got a good point, because think about this too. Your catalog. Okay, so at least I know with PlayStation 4, Destiny, Battlefield, Injustice, Matchmaking, whatever, any online game, that's what the service is supposed to help with. As it stands now, there's only 2 multiplayer games for the Nintendo Switch.
You
have Splatoon, and you have Mario Kart.
Can we talk? Right. But the Switch essentially outsold the Wii U because of Zelda. One game helped them outsell the Wii U. I don't think that they're worried about the pre-planning of any of this.
But that's the thing. It's like
they should be. They absolutely should.
Should they be?
I would like to have other games that I can play with my friends. Like, is this gonna work for the Pokemon?
Look, voice chat and fighting games should not always be a thing. I'm just.
But you know what I mean? Like, if I want to battle, say I want to battle.
Look, I'm gonna tell you.
I want to go fast switch on battle. He's in California. I'm not catching the plane to fucking link up with this
phone. Call him on your phone. just call him on your It's Nintendo has
you have to pay the service to be able to get online to play competitively.
Right.
So yeah, are you going to have more competitive things for me to play? Because Splatoon's going to run its course. Mario Kart's going to run its course. After that, what I'm paying $20 a month for, other than the free game?
Your love of Nintendo and the goodwill that they have accrued over the years.
Yeah, no, I'm not paying that $20 for Mario Party.
Look, don't mention Mario Party. They still don't have online for that game.
Exactly.
Please, don't mention that.
Mario Party. See what I mean?
And that's the point. That's exactly what Mike.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
What the fuck is this money going towards? I better get some fucking online shit for everything that should have had it on the Wii U, on the Wii. This shit should have been standard. Now you're charging for online services, where previously you didn't really have an online service. So what the fuck are we getting for this?
And you're not really offering any service. You're basically making me pay for the right to connect.
Modem and Mike, I get that you're angry, but if we want to continue this discussion, just send me out your Nintendo Social Security number so I can add you on that service.
Exactly. No, that's not a Social Security number. That's like a fucking PIN number on a card. Shit, it's longer than that.
Why does Nintendo do everything as
it's
backwards?
The best.
I like add me to your 3DS 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, X12, fucking giving me a 25-digit code.
I feel like, is it just me? I feel like Nintendo has a boardroom of people that, if translated, you would hear them saying things like, "So how do we capture the YouTubes?" And just stuff that is so just like, we love.
It's like, we want you to pay us for our stuff. We just don't want you to enjoy it to the fullest. How can we make these people buy it, but not necessarily get everything they can from it? That's what it feels like. How they like market that thing.
Listen,
now, I don't get it.
With all of that said,
okay,
we'll find out on Tuesday. Nintendo's digital press conference for E3. What exactly we're getting from Nintendo.
And that's the perfect segue, sir, to what
I was really trying. I was really trying to get something, because that's a hole that you can just keep going.
Yeah, because it's pretty much the Trump, the Nintendo thing
at the bottom.
Becomes that Trump conversation.
There is no Wonderland at the bottom. You just keep falling.
You're just gonna make me mad. So let's just get them out of the way in this whole E3 conversation. So E3. Of course, this year is going to be a clusterfuck in my mind, because everybody has spread everything the fuck out. E3 starts Saturday. You guys realize that, don't y'all?
I don't want to even discuss the fact that
it starts Saturday, because EA decided they're going to do their EA Play on Saturday. Why? Why y'all gotta be so different and difficult, sir? So Saturday at noon, Pacific EA is going to be doing the EA Play presentation.
Yeah, I got invited again, but I can't go.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, it's supposed to be there for a few days, though, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, so you have that. Then Sunday, Microsoft switches up, and they start first at 11 a.m. Pacific time, and they do their presentation, which I'm kind of fine with, because I feel like they should have their day, especially with the announcement of a new console. So,
am I wrong for saying I want them to have like 5 games for that, just because I think it's funny as hell? Every time, it's just I just want it to be funny. I just want it to be like, you're like, wait, regardless of how many games they release, people are gonna be like, wait, that's all? Because that's just the response that's gonna be there. They could drop everything. New Halo, no new Gears. We're giving you something on every. Wait, that's all?
Yeah, the game is gonna be their biggest thing. But we'll get to that. Then after that, you got Bethesda.
Yeah,
I have no clue what they're gonna show.
Doom 2.
Then you have traditional quote unquote E3 start Monday, which it's gonna be ugly, because now you're starting off with Ubisoft.
Oh, that'll be great. Nah, nope. I don't care, Black. I disagree. Aisha Tyler is still the best host. I don't care. She's the best host.
That's fine, but they still lack in presentation a lot.
I mean, we get the fractured butthole.
Yeah, and they pretty much have tipped their hand.
Season 2.5, 3 of Siege. Briefly, a brief aside. We get to see how they try to salvage the fact that For Honor has lost 90% of its player base since February.
That's a damn shame.
Like that's a number.
And it's not a bad game, but that's
90% of people.
It's kind of bad that it's just like the about face on that game.
I loved it.
And then after them, you have the PC presentation, which I hope to God they do a better job of. I really, really don't like that talk show style bullshit that they do with the couch interviews.
I love that, but then again, I'm also somebody that watches interviews in passing because I enjoy it.
It's awkward to me because
that's the best part, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but developers and stuff like that, forgive me, y'all don't make the most interesting talk show.
That's the best part.
Yeah.
If you're not into the technical side of everything, it's
like I can see if they brought up the community managers to do the talking, because that's what they do for a living.
Right.
But you just bring them up random, like, hey, and the lead, graphic designer, he's not going to be the most entertaining person. It's rare that you find a Cliffy B out there who actually works hands-on games. Like David Jaffe and stuff.
Shout out to Cliffy B.
Those are rare personalities that actually are hands-on. But yeah, and then Sony is going in their late night slot, which I just found out they're going to try to get people to go to the movie theater in downtown DC. About Gallery Place, don't you?
Oh, you should head on over there.
Nah, I don't want to get shot on Monday.
Nah, you got it.
Nah.
You should carry like a PlayStation Vita and your Apple Watch and you go.
Hey, the most hood ass goddamn theater. I'm gonna go sit up in there. No, I'm good. Especially since it's gonna be until 11 o'clock at night. I'm good.
That's what I'm saying too. Wait.
They gotta cater to the Japanese.
Yeah.
Because for them it's like 10 in the morning or 11 in the morning, something like that. So.
Right.
And then of course on that Tuesday you have Nintendo. So that's pretty much the schedule. Except for there's one more. What's his name? Demolition. They're supposed to be doing a presentation.
Oh, Devolver Digital.
Yeah, Devolver.
I can't wait for that, actually.
When are they going? And
I still don't think that they officially. Looking at their Twitter, because I decided to be like, I have no clue when they actually go on. The Devolver Digital press conference won't have new game reveals, real talk, but it will have an appearance by Suda51. Thank you. That tells me a little to nothing.
Okay, so basically,
when is your press conference? I would love to know.
On the 11th, so it's going to be on that Sunday.
Okay, cool. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just want them to show more Absolver. Give it to me. It comes out in August, and I wanted it on my face. Absolver is just a really
never mind. Don't get excited for that.
What?
Their mega press conference is on June 11th at 2 p.m. Pacific.
So why would I not be excited for that?
Because that's 1 a.m. For us on the 12th.
Damn.
Huh? Wait. Wait. What time? Say that one more time.
June 11th, 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'll be streaming. I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried about them. I'll watch the VOD. You got a 1 a.m. start time.
Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Devolver Digital drops fire games. If you don't know about Devolver Digital,
Yeah, I mean, if you like Hotline
uh,
Miami, then you like Devolver.
such classics as Genital Jousting and Broforce, but also such as
Hey,
Hotline Miami, Talos Principle. They have quite a few really good games. Sometimes Always Monsters, uh, 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 Absolver. They usually do a really good job when it comes to indies, and I recommend anybody checking out Devolver. Just for interesting games in general and good indie games.
yeah, there you go. And I will check it out. I'm not staying up. Technically, I can since I'm off that following neighbor. Fuck y'all. Goddamn 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Come
So,
on.
what are y'all most excited for?
Yeah, I was just about to ask that question. Look, me, I want to see Microsoft. I want to see what their presentation is going to be. With that's going to be the
most
big
surprising
story.
coming from you.
No, because I'm curious as to how they're going to play it. I want to see them play it right.
Mm-hmm.
I may not be interested in it, but at the same time, I don't want to see them have another like the same type of launch they did with Xbox One.
Right, right.
I would hope that they do this right because, like, for them to do this right, you can't just keep pushing. It's the most powerful system to me.
Yeah.
That's not going to, I think, do anything to help their position. I really do, and I think this is where their inherited problem is always going to be from now on. Is that they have to have games. They have to have games that are across a multitude. They can't just go with we got Halo, we got Gears, we got Forza. Come play with us. That's not going to work anymore.
Why is when you said why is the fact that you said they can't? I pictured the Star Wars moment at the end of Episode 3, where they're just Anakin. You underestimate my power. They're just definitely trying to prove you wrong.
And then they fucking do it and fucking get blown away.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't push that in my face because they kind of. I keep saying this, but for me, they kind of made a problem for themselves with that kind of line of talk when they decided to put all of their stuff on PC as well.
Look, I'm excited for the Microsoft conference for that reason.
And yeah, see, that's the thing.
Because I want to see what I'm getting. But the real thing I'm excited for, I think the real thing we're all excited for is to know how many Xboxes, PlayStations, and Switches have sold in the last year.
We're not going to hear that from most of them. If you've been paying attention all this week and all their pressers leading up, they've been dropping their numbers this week.
Oh, they have? Damn.
Yeah, like Sony. Oh no, Sony has pretty much done all their numbers this week in interviews. So
Sony,
don't expect them to.
Sony, you messing up. That's the best part of the conference when I get to hear.
I think Microsoft's done the same thing because I think they're all learning now. Like, hey, nobody wants to see a bunch of goddamn conference.
Right.
Here, you sold.
Show games.
So, what the fuck you got?
So, for me, when it comes to Microsoft, what I want to see first is them addressing the elephants in the room. And I say elephants because they have not talked about Scorpio pricing. That's a big issue. If it's more than... I don't think so. I really don't think so. If it's more than 500, I think it'll be a bit of a problem. It shouldn't be more...
I would say that was one of our other concerns too, because they've been prepping everybody with a high price value. Because they keep saying this is going to be a premium product. It's going to be a premium product.
Funny enough,
that to me just keeps saying, you want me to pay $600 for this.
For with that said, if they were to do a low price, again, I have no vested interest in this. I'm a PC gamer. I will get you games on PC either way. I'm just gonna look at it and be like, well, I mean, hopefully you being in the red ends up making up because I don't stop trying to be like $400. Yes, $400 is like that sweet spot. $300 to $400 is the sweet spot for like selling stuff where it's not too expensive, but it's not too cheap. That is like the sweet spot of consumer electronics from a business standpoint.
And see, and this is what I'm saying. When it comes to the Xbox Scorpio pricing, first off, they need to come out swinging because they are not the ones with the biggest market share in the gaming industry right now, regardless of whatever you play or invested interest or anything of the sort. So you need to come out swinging, and the way you come out swinging would be with an affordable console. Now we all know how the industry works by now, in a sense of people rarely, if ever, make profits off of hardware sales, and they'll either sell it at a neutral price just so they don't take any losses, or they'll sell it at a loss just to make a turnaround on software sales. Now, the problem with this is we don't know what games Microsoft really has to offer for this quote-unquote premium console, and they're touting it's going to be a premium console. That can be for any number of things for us to interpret. Many of us that are interpreting, they're saying it's going to be a premium console, is going to cost a premium price, which makes sense. But at the same time, a premium console is not a premium PC. Your console should not cost more than my fucking PC or anywhere close to my PC.
I will make the point of I disagree, and I think that that's the space that still hasn't been occupied. There's a space between console and PC that I think still hasn't been occupied that Microsoft can get away with. Because again, any PC owner shouldn't be looking at the Scorpio expecting them to do anything significant. No more than you looking at the PlayStation 4 Pro thinking like, oh yeah, Sony's going to do something that's going to make this like even remotely competitive on an actual competitive level with PC. I think like what it is they do what's kind of what Sony did is you release this for those that want the like, I want a game for the lowest price possible and just play games. You will have the Xbox One S. That is the point of the S. The One S.
See, I just can't agree with that because of the position Microsoft is in. They're not in a good position. They're not in a bad position. They're kind of just floating by. They need Scorpio to put them into a better position. They don't need people to they don't need Microsoft to turn into the AMD before Ryzen. They don't need that. They need
I think
to
that's what
compete now.
I think that's what's going to end up happening if they keep selling things at like AMD's. I think AMD has always been, and just going on computer talk. My biggest issue is that AMD made its thing is like it's a price point that it wants to hit for a certain thing, which hurt them as a company more so than I think the gains they got because people were like, well, it's cheaper. I'm like, cool. Cheaper doesn't always mean like you're going to get the people that don't want to spend necessarily like the most they hit enthusiasts. That was what they were doing. They could hit enthusiasts on the high end and then cheap people, and then Intel would fall in the middle. I don't think you're going to have that situation where like Microsoft is not going to hit the enthusiasts because there's no point where an enthusiast, I would say it time, if you care about frame rate, graphics, any of that console, short of you saying I am not going to save up money for PC. There's no reason for you to be arguing anything past like the PC console argument. But if you're saying I want a console and I want the best console on the market, that's a very different argument, and you'd be willing, I think, to pay the premium that comes along with it being a console. You don't have to worry about anything more than cracking open the box, plugging it up, and playing your game. You don't have to worry about Windows. You don't have to worry about Steam. You don't have to worry about all these other platforms. It's just plug and play. And that premium, I think, is where you'll get people that are going to be willing to drop an extra $200 along with the other buzzwords of 4K and the GameStop employees that will sell their soul.
Right. Now, I agree with you to an extent, but that's also the space that you're talking about them occupying is still a space that they don't need to be in, because the difference between saying something like, oh, it's cheaper, and like you saying, cheaper doesn't mean that it's better. It's more so like, what are you willing to pay for? Like, what performance are you trying to hit, and what are you willing to pay for that performance, right? Now, what I mean by they're going to turn into the AMD of, like the gaming industry, where people are going to just stick with Sony because of their offerings on their platform. And AMD got out of being the AMD with Ryzen by offering a competitive product with a competitive pricing.
And I guess my argument is how
I
long did it take them to do
I see you did it. That's what I think you're talking about, Brock, because when AMD hit the scene, that was their thing. It was like, we will give you power, if not equal, similar to what Intel will, for the cheaper price. But the thing is that there was that caveat of there's going to be a little bit of jank coming with this, Because remember, I was telling you how before AMD got to where they were now, they used to have the overheating problems and stuff like that, a lot of hardware failure. Like, they ate a lot of money getting to where they got to now. And I think that's what Rod is kind of worrying is this going to be Microsoft putting out an AMD product where AMD started to get into that space? Or is this going to be the refined AMD like they are now?
Because I think what's not ever talked about as much is like the Xbox or the PlayStation, the Microsoft, whatever it is, Xbox Scorpio. They got way too many damn branding names. Xbox Scorpio, that is Microsoft's PlayStation 3.
I don't think so.
Because like they're still their third actual console.
Right.
They what they had to do was when they came on the scene with the Xbox, they had to find something, which is why I think they went so hard on the Master Chief strategy of like a singular character. They had to compete with the Nintendos and the Sonys of the world who had decades on them, or a decade or so, give or take. And so they had to push harder necessarily for singular, like they kind of went with the super focused strategy to say like, this is the champion that we need to push the console right now. Now they're getting to a point now as you're getting into your third console, you've already had the best online platform. Sony is not going to, still hasn't managed to even begin to catch up with that. Right. So you're still going to have a premier online service. What they need to focus on now is building the Sony generational levels of like, here's more people and more topics, or bringing back old characters so that people will be invested in them, and to kind of build multiple brand and console mascots. I think that overall, like that's the position they're in. It sucks because they're basically a generation behind, are always kind of a step behind in terms of like experience as Sony and Nintendo. One person doesn't know how to capitalize on that, being Nintendo. Because I still feel like Nintendo would have the biggest market share if they ever like actually were compared to the other two, because they have their experience and the breadth of their catalog will still trump something like Sony if they really were going back and pulling all the punches. We're pulling every single punch they could out. Sony is just, but like it's this year's a good example of Sony's not worried about the Scorpio. Sony is not in a position that Microsoft was. Because isn't this almost the flip of what last generation was? The Xbox 360 wasn't concerned about the PlayStation being the most powerful console on the market. We got games. We have the biggest market share. We're just going to keep on throwing games at you, and people will keep on buying Xboxes. It is essentially that flipped role now where Sony's just like, hey, we have a bunch of sequels coming out this year for major franchises that you like, and we just have games. Look at the PlayStation 4. Microsoft is like, look, we have the most powerful console, and we have to somehow demonstrate that it's worth whatever the price it's going to be for you to go out and buy it.
Okay, so at the same time, they can push forward a few different things with the Xbox Scorpio. And this is why I'm saying I don't think that even though they're calling it a premium console, they're not going to sell it for such a premium price. I'm willing to spend $500 on a Scorpio, maybe $600, depending on the gaming library and what's that looking like and what Xbox exclusives are coming to PC. So, if in order to have my Halo experience at 4K, I have to be on Xbox Scorpio, then I'll probably buy a Scorpio because of my fandom for Halo.
But what I'll say to you is this: I think. So on that point, I think Microsoft already accounted for that. To the people that want to see, like, the reason you put it so, the person that wants to play Halo at 4K, Microsoft might have already gone ahead and said, look, all of our major releases will be dual released on both platforms of PC and Xbox. Meaning, you want it in 4K, we're going to assume that maybe you're on the PC side of things to get like that full on. We can still go into this little middle area of like, which is really weird now that AMD Ryzen has dropped, but we can go into this little middle area of maybe like 1080p actual. We still have, and that's the thing, like when people talk about 4K, until I see a console that can consistently put out games at 1080p 60, I don't want you talking to me about 4K. I don't there's not a situation where that is a great option, because that's when you get into the whole cinematic joke and all the stuff of like, yeah,
well, to me,
30 FPS, and if they want to tout 60, that should be their focus, not because they
And see, the point for me when it comes to frame rate and resolutions, when you really look into the whole things, the Xbox 360 and the PS3 generation of things, they weren't even doing actual 720p like games. A few of them are actually native 720p, but most of them were 480p upscale to 720 and then upscale to 1080 and blah blah blah. Xbox One and PS4 is the first console generation to do at least 720p native. But the point of for me, what Scorpio is appealing to the masses to say, if you want the best gaming experience for multi-plats and stuff like that, then come to Xbox. We have the better online service. Now we have the better console hardware-wise. Now they're missing the games. But to draw that crowd in, you need to, this is your first impression over again. And this is why I'm saying I don't think they're going to come out with a 500 or a 600 or 700 or even 800. I've seen people speculating it's going to be $800 console when your $500 console didn't do well. Now, if you come out with it and it's 500, I will say that it's worth 500 at the very least, from someone who plays on PC, built his own PC, upgraded his PC, has a $1,500 PC sitting right next to him. I would say your console is worth at least $500. If you have to take a loss, take that loss, because in the long run, if you come out swinging with
one of the biggest problems too, because you got to remember the new leadership of Microsoft didn't want it at one point to get rid of the Xbox brand after the Xbox One launched. I don't know what. Talking
about Phil Spencer or who?
No, the actual head of Microsoft. When he took over, one of his things was he wanted to sell the brand off, if not close it, because he looked at it as a loss. Because technically speaking, it has always been a loss financially. The Xbox One, when it was first launched, was the first one ever to come out at a profit.
Right.
And so with that guy in charge who has that attitude, that looks at the gaming division like this is a waste of my time and my money, you have to wonder, is he going to allow Phil? Like, I think he's going to have to. I think Phil's going to have to do a masterful job of selling the point to him to do it. But I think Phil can. At the same time, it wouldn't surprise me. That's where the price point, too, to me, kind of looks scary, because is that guy going to want to make them spend money?
I think
I would just say, given the history,
because you got to think they cut everything just about off with Microsoft as far as the hardware. They got rid of their phones. They've scaled back on their stuff like tablets and things like that, and all of that. Basically Microsoft as a company is more of a service than anything. The Xbox gaming is the only real serious
hardware side of things
product that they sell.
And I guess, I see your point of view, and I think that there's a lot of logic, like good logic in there. I think the one, and I guess for me, the biggest disruption to that is that last year's E3, that decision to me, what shows me that they're caring more about being profitable to a degree is that decision to push stuff to PC. Because by saying we're going to release all of our major releases, you can get Halo 5 Forge on PC for free right now. Play it. They have a server browser. You can go in and enjoy it. But by doing all of these things, by removing the exclusivity of Halo and Gears and all these games that for a generation you could not get on PC, you opened yourself up to a new market of people to buy your stuff, but you also will inherently hurt your hardware sales, because there are not going to be very many people that will say, I will take inferior hardware to play something that I can play otherwise.
And that's my point too. When you're real quick, Mike, that's my point too. With if you have the better console and you sell it at a competitive price, like if we're shopping and we see like tequila, right? If we see an 8 ounce is $15 and a 16 ounce is $17, we're gonna pick that 17, like every time, because we're getting more for our money. But on top of that, while I wouldn't pay personally for something that was inferior but cost more, I would in fact pay more for something just like a bit more if it was the given scenario of 8 and 16. But what I'm saying, and lastly, with consoles, right? Because most people, like, for me personally, the PC community is big, but it's not just this one singular, like the PC community is just blooming. Every community in the PC is just blooming. Xbox has their own community. If you're on Xbox, you're on Xbox. Like there's no other thing in sub communities or whatever. Like it's just Xbox for the most part. And if you're combining like, hey, on our Xbox platform, whoever buys the game on PC is also going to be able to play with you and so on and so forth. And you're building that community, you're making your community larger. So it would make more sense to me if you're not getting into PC, you don't have your own PC, you're on the consoles mainly, you want the best console. You don't necessarily want it to pay PC pricing and so on and so forth. This is why, and given Xbox recent history of how Phil Spencer has been allowed to run things, this is why I don't think they would price their console at anything more than $500.
So I guess, because I guess then my argument would go to, so you're essentially capitalizing on, there are people, because if the price is marginally more, even with an example of the PlayStation 4 to the PlayStation 4 Pro, right, you have to prove to somebody that already owns your console that there's a reason for me to trade this in, pay the extra $100 to $150, we'll say, to upgrade to the new version. If they're going to say GameStop, you have to the person that doesn't own a console, that's your best case scenario. Doesn't own a console, doesn't own a PC. So they're going to be the person that you're going to be marketing towards. So I think in that case, the lowest price is going to be the best. Anybody that owns a PS4, your lineup, it doesn't matter how good your console is inherently, like power-wise, you have to be able to beat this year God of War, Last of Us 2, Uncharted. Like Sony has 7-8 games already on the docket that are heavy-hitting games. Yeah. Like you have to be able to inherently beat that from just a strength of, would I rather buy this console for $400 or would I rather buy 5 to 6 of Sony's like heavy hitters? Because I already own a PS4. And then you have the people that are only on PC who I think for the most part aren't going to be even looking at the console because you've already stepped out there. I think the market is so small that you're already attacking like a niche within a niche that you can charge the premium because the people that want the Scorpio are gonna buy. The people that really want a Scorpio are gonna buy it, even if it is $500 or $600. They're not gonna really be deterred by that $500 or $600 price. The people that are deterred by that can get an Xbox One S, which still can do 4K in certain circumstances. Can still do HDR in certain circumstances. Can still do all of that, and they can have their nice $300 price tag when the Scorpio is announced and Microsoft decides to drop that down, just to make it more enticing as a platform as well. Like, I think when we first talked about this, the idea of I still feel Microsoft is going to go for a low, medium, high pricing scale where their high end is PC gamers that are going to buy our games on PC. Their medium is the Xbox One Scorpio, and their low entry level is going to be the Xbox One S, where if you want a console, you want to get up in gaming, and you want some of that 4K stuff, Netflix and some of those other things, you want our Xbox One S. It's going to be the most affordable way to get into 4K. The Xbox One or Xbox Scorpio is the most effective console way to get into 4K and to get into gaming in that sense. The most like the best experience on a console gaming wise. And then if you want that high end experience, you can buy all of our games on the Microsoft Store, regardless of how garbage our platform is. Because that Microsoft Store still needs work. It is a pain in the ass to buy games on that.
Yeah. It's just, we're in a very weird space with console things. Another thing is, this is your third console in 4 years.
Is it?
Yeah, this is their third console in 4 years.
Because Xbox One S.
Xbox One came out in 13.
Yeah.
You know, so this is your third console iteration in 4 years. PlayStation has 2 within that same time. Looking at what they were talking about in their press conferences, they were saying how 1 in 5 PlayStations bought since the PlayStation Pro came out are PlayStation Pros, which is pretty good.
So that's actually a really surprising number to me.
Yeah, that is a very surprising number. But it also is probably the highest I could ever see, because now that both of them, Microsoft and Sony, have set these consoles up to where I can still play the games that I can play on Scorpio or on PS Pro on the original Xbox or the original PlayStation. And I'm a console gamer. Console gamers usually stick with consoles because of pricing.
Yeah.
For the most part. So if I can get the same thing on the cheaper version, and you're not gonna take those people and get them to buy it. That person who has that mentality. Now the extreme enthusiasts, or the person who's really into the brand, yeah, they're gonna upgrade. They probably already bought the S. They're gonna buy the Scorpio. But the majority of people who play console gaming, they're gonna look at them and be like, okay, well, that's nice. It looks cool, but I'm fine with what it looks like on this $300, $250 version.
So let me ask y'all, for the average person, would you, and that has a PS4, would you say the upgrade to a PS4 Pro is worth it for the average person?
They've said that it's under 40% right now for upgrade. The upgrade from PS4 to PS Pro is under 40% at the moment.
So, okay, so what is your take from that? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's better than I expected, but at the same time, I understand, because, like, again, for someone like me, I don't have a reason to get rid of my PlayStation 4. The games look good, good enough for me. I don't have to invest another $400 into hardware unless this breaks. Now, if this breaks, yeah, I might as well get the new thing.
Okay.
But it's like, again, I buy consoles like people traditionally have bought consoles. Right. I buy it when it comes out, and then when the new thing comes out, I replace it with that. Not the upgrade, but the new system.
Right. No.
That's how
Would
most
you
people look
say
at it.
it would be worth it for a streamer to upgrade from the PS4 to the PS4 Pro?
Are you making a significant amount of money? Or are you still growing? See, that comes into play too. Because I'm still growing. It's not going to necessarily make me a bigger streamer because I have the new hotness.
Right.
Because you're spending money that you haven't made yet.
Yeah.
So you're not really helping yourself. At the same time, if you're one of the more established people, well, yeah, that gives you a certain element. But,
well, I would
look
say
at streamers, YouTubers.
Yeah.
They still make up such a small percentage of the population that owns consoles that it's like, okay, yeah, they'll do it, but that's not going to be that big of an impact.
And see, my argument would be that it's on the same for both sides, not just streamers, because the PS4 Pro can stream at 1080p 60, and that's going to simplify things for a lot of people who don't know anything about streaming and settings and so on and so forth. The simple experience by a PS4 Pro, you can stream your games in 1080p 60. Now,
okay, but I can do that on my PS4.
No, I don't think your PS4 can actually stream in 1080p.
I actually think I have that set there. They're going to look now because
it's more dependent on the game than it is.
Yeah, it's because when they did that update, I think they actually added that into.
Let me know, because as far as I know, the PS4 can't do 1080p 60, and if it can, I'm sure it looks worse.
Well, the big thing about 1080p 60 in general is, at least for streaming, if they really wanted to do something with it, they need to increase the bitrate you can stream at and actually let you customize that.
I'm pretty sure you can on a PS4 Pro. That's what my argument is. That's where it's like coming from. But the point of it is the same thing with the Scorpio. I would feel if you were debating on upgrading to the PS4 Pro for whatever reason, because of the premium console concept, like it's better, blah blah blah, and the Scorpio is also.
Just before you continue your argument, if you're that streamer who's streaming at 1080p 60, you can give a fuck what your console's doing because you got the equipment to do that already.
Not necessarily.
The majority, if you're that person who's
not streaming from the app.
Well, I'm saying if you're one of those bigger Twitch personalities, you got all this. You've got hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment for your streaming. So
I'm saying PS4 Pro or I would for streaming.
I would say to a lot of people, if you're just starting out streaming, quality is a great thing to be concerned about, but you should be worried about a lot of other avenues of the streaming side of things. Prior to saying, like, do I need a PlayStation 4 versus a PlayStation 4 Pro? Like, there are other parts of the stream that are inherently going to matter more early on. Like, if that $100 you spend on a PlayStation 4 versus a Pro can go to a better mic, I would tell you not to even think about a Pro. Like, buy a better mic long before you would buy a Pro. Because
we're talking about better mic. Well, and just to make sure that this is framed in the right context, I'm talking about people who stream from the PlayStation 4 Pro.
No, I'm saying, I would say, like,
those would be the people who are starting out.
For those that don't know, like, when I streamed from my PS4, I still plugged in my USB mic and used that because the quality of the mic still matters. Like, I feel like the difference in, if you want the difference in performance of your game, that's a personal choice that you have to make. But there are a lot of more things I think important early on in the stream, that the $100 difference for a 40% increase in power isn't worth it compared to like what you would get from, like, especially a better quality mic early on. Like, mic is audio quality.
Then you have to also figure to the factor that most people who stream, even the upper echelon, they don't do 1080p 60, and they'll tell you the reason they don't is because that makes it harder to gain more viewers. Because not everybody has the internet capacity to get that quality. So for them to get a steady stream quality to their computer, it's better for their viewers. It's better to do 720.
It's a little bit better now.
Because it opens up the window a little.
Well, I'm saying it's a little bit better now because more people have access.
Yeah, more people are getting better with their internet, but
more people have access to transcoding. Like that's the only reason why it's slightly better.
Yeah, but then a lot of people still stick to that because they don't want to lose viewers because they look at the stream.
Yeah.
They can't get it to run smoothly.
I say this to anybody: if you want to stream, the best avenue is to just pick up one of the consoles. If you don't have a PC already ready to go that can stream, and you're just like, well, what's the quickest way? It's probably just to pick up one of the consoles. If you don't pick up a console and you can play it. It doesn't matter which version. If you have 400 for that and you can have the extra money, fine. If you just want to get in, there is no issue with just buying the original PS4. Because I think a lot of people I just started to think about is Destiny 2 is a prime example of all the people on PlayStation 3 or Xbox 360 of Destiny. This is your year. They're telling you basically with E3 of this year, pick up either a PS4 or pick up a Xbox One S. This is your time to upgrade. We're not supporting you past this point, and so it's time for you to step forward into the next generation. If you want to keep being a part of Destiny, I think that's a lot of games. We're at that point. It started maybe a year and a half ago, where they started to phase out last generation consoles, but we're finally at a point where they're like, all right, we're 4 years in. If we're saying maybe you could have saved up $50 a year, maybe $75, and you can get one of these consoles if we price it at $300 to $350, so you can step into the new generation. I think that's just as important to say why I want Microsoft to do something really interesting. I had this conversation with some people, and somebody brought up the idea of what if Microsoft's approach to the Scorpio is our big game for the years is Crackdown, maybe a couple of others. We have 4 or 5 titles, nothing that's like a Halo or a Gears.
I would say Crackdown is more like a Halo. I'm talking in terms of popularity. It's nowhere near the popularity. Not Halo, but it's still a big size.
I still think that what they're going to do is they're going to tie the Halo 6 beta into Crackdown to get people to buy it, just like they did with Halo 3. But that's neither here nor there. The point that I was getting to was the interesting idea somebody brought up is, what if this Xbox One Netflix service, day one, when you buy your Scorpio, it comes with 100 games, 100 classic titles, both Xbox One, Xbox 360 across the board, that you can play through this Netflix service, and it's built in to your subscription. That is something to me that could make it interesting. You can offer it at a lower price, but you have the subscription that you offer people to say, hey, drop a couple of extra bucks, drop a little bit more.
Well, that's on the side of things of it being extra, right? And that's what I'm saying. Before we even get into any side dishes or any dessert, we need that meat and potatoes. And meat and potatoes for me is pricing and the games. But
that's what I'm saying. I say the games are more important than inherently the price. I will, if Microsoft had said, yo, Halo 6 had, because I bought an Xbox One when I found a good deal because I thought I had to buy it for Gears.
Right.
The moment I didn't need it, I sold my Xbox.
Right.
Meaning, if you put a game out there that people want, the Nintendo Switch is the best option. The Nintendo Switch launched with 3 games, with promise of games coming down the next 9 months out of the year. People bought that because of the fact that there was at least a game to say, I'll spend $250 on that game. Give somebody a reason. All you need to do is give them any reason, and they will justify the price, especially in a niche community. They will justify the price because they really want it. They just need the excuse to justify it.
And see, I feel like we're missing a very core group of people, a very core group of gamers. And this core group is these people who don't have, multiple consoles or a PC or anything. They just have one system. That one system needs to do everything. Xbox before tried to capture this audience with the Xbox One and the Kinect and all this shit and make it, this is your one device in the whole room and all this other shit. But there are going to be people who don't necessarily care for exclusives, and those are the majority of people, I feel like, who don't care for exclusives. They're going to buy it if they want it. If not, it's cool either way. But if your gaming platform is the best platform to play all my games, then I'm going to buy your
doesn't even care about exclusives.
But this is
the type of game I'm going to think to that level.
This is the argument that I would make.
Because that sounds like it's somebody who's more casual.
But that's
unless you're talking about an electronics enthusiast. Now, if you're talking about somebody who's just into electronics and just want to have the best electronics, I agree. But if I'm just somebody who just wants to play games, I'm not going to spend that price if I know there's something cheaper.
Modem, in your line of logic, what do you say to the PS4 owner when that's just like, well, I would rather buy more games, like the games run well enough. I would rather be able to buy more games than to inherently get maybe 1080p 60 versus 1080p 30 or 720p 30 or 60. I would rather be able to buy games with that money or buy more crates in Call of Duty or buy X, Y, and Z. I would rather spend that money other ways than to, because like the value to me isn't, if you already own a console, if you're not getting like a significant performance increase.
Yeah.
And I don't just mean like the Scorpio would have to essentially be a new generation's worth of performance increase.
Which it kind of is compared to the PS4 Pro and below.
I'm gonna wait till it comes out before I give them the credit to say like it will definitely do that.
Okay, but see, and to answer both of your questions, for Prod, the casual person who's like, I don't need another console because mine's run things just fine. They're not looking at any console, so they're not even looking at the screen.
No, I'm talking about that person.
No, not you, Mike. I'm talking about what Prod said, not you. I was going to answer your question. Your question was, it sounds like someone who's more casual, and it's like yes and no, because you already said it yourself. You established if you're a part of the Xbox brand, more than likely. And Pride has said this too. More than likely, anybody a part of the Xbox One brand or the Xbox brand is going to buy Scorpio off tops because you're a part of that brand. I'm talking about, and they already captured that audience. To make Scorpio successful, to make Xbox, to get them out of this rut that they're already kind of in, they need to capture the audience that is looking for the best platform to play their games on. And the way they're going to do that is by pricing it competitively, because to someone who has a PS4 that's like $300 or $400 or anything of the sort of that pricing, if all you had to pay was $100 more or maybe even $200 more, you would be willing to make that jump if it was the best place to play all of your games.
I would argue, and I guess I disagree with you on the fact of, I don't think that is a large. It is that's not a large portion. Like it's a small enough portion to justify the niche premium cost. Like it is the idea that the person that's going to do it, because you got to recognize whoever does this theoretically has to buy all their games all over again. Microsoft has not inherently announced that they're going to support Xbox One. Like every Xbox One game will off the jump, you'll just be able to pop the disc in the Scorpio and it runs.
Right.
They haven't said that, meaning you could love Call of Duty, but you still gonna have to buy Call of Duty again if you really wanted to run on the Scorpio. Right. And maybe they surprise and do something different. Maybe they've said it and I haven't.
Well, no, you can run the old version. It's just gonna look like the old version. I don't know if they've announced.
So it's like it's the idea, and that's the thing. If you care so much about,
that's the thing. I don't know if they've announced like they're gonna add a patch to boost.
But I guess if that's the truth, then if you care still about the better frame rate, all the other stuff, you're going to do whatever you have to do to get all of that stuff. Like, the person that wants that is going to be able to, is the majority of people that want that, because there's always going to be like, I think, a subset that I would love to have every console. I would love to have all these like different things, but they're just like, that's not realistic in terms of just financial situations all the time. With that said, the people that can do that are going to be the people that, like I said, are just buying the Scorpio because they want a Scorpio. The moment they see that price tag, they're going to get one. I'll probably pre-order one. I don't pretty much have an interest in probably buying it. I probably will, being 100%, probably flip the pre-order at some point. But I don't see like the people that inherently want to buy it are going to buy it, because that is what they plan to do at the jump. If Microsoft says this is the best place to play games, I'm going to buy it because I want the best place to play games. Not I want the best place at the most affordable price. Like, they're not going to keep adding conditions down to like a letter to say like, that is why I want a Scorpio, and the Scorpio is the right thing at the right price to do A, B, and C. I think price to performance is a good graph to have, because there are people, and a good number of people, that will pay attention to it. But that's where I think the price to performance is something like the Xbox One S is going to trounce that of the Scorpio. It's not going to be that significant unless they sell it at such a loss that.
Well, and that's the thing I'm saying too, because the Xbox One S and even the Xbox One aren't selling so well that they're just blooming. And I'm saying with Scorpio, they have a chance to not only get momentum back, but just launch themselves, propel themselves out of this rut if they come out swinging with their pricing and their games. And then we can get to side dishes and dessert and all of that shit. And this is like, yes, I agree with you that anybody who inherently wants to buy a Scorpio will buy a Scorpio, but they need more than that. And that's my argument. You can price Scorpio at whatever you're going to price it at, and people who want Scorpio are going to buy Scorpio. That's a given. But you need to capture audiences that aren't in that I'm just going to buy a Scorpio because I want Scorpio regardless of pricing. To be successful, for it to be like a total success, not just, well, it did all right in sales. Well, it did all right in this. For it to be successful, you need to sell it not only at an affordable price, but a competitive price. Because when the difference is PS4 Pro Scorpio or PS4 or Scorpio, because I'm not going to buy Xbox One because everybody says this is trash, and Xbox One S looks cool, but everyone says this is trash, let's get the Scorpio. If the option is PS4 and Scorpio, and the difference is $200 or $400, that is a huge difference to a lot of people. You're going to lose that sale.
I think.
Well, and here's the other thing. Because see, you're just saying between PS4 and Scorpio. Remember, Microsoft's divided their own market with the S and the One and the regular one. Because again, I watch. Yeah, you can still buy it. It's still in stores. I've seen it in stores.
Really?
It's kind of annoying to find, but you can still.
Yeah, it's like they're not really shipping it, I don't think, anymore. But yeah, you can still see, because their original stock never sold out in some places.
Right. That makes sense.
But I mean, even then, I put the S in the Scorpio. It's the same thing with the PS4 and the PS4 Pro, which is why you're only getting 1 out of every 5 new PS4 sales being the Pro, because the average person is going to walk in, and I talked to the salesperson, and I'm sorry, but once you tell me that every game that comes out from here on in, I can still play on the cheaper system, most people are going to be like, well, fuck it, because I can get that cheaper system and extra games right now instead of buying this new thing just to get a prettier game.
So, Modem, I'll give situational advice, or I guess anecdotal advice, or examples.
Yeah.
Long time ago, one of my friends and I were going someplace, and he was going to take his Xbox with him on the trip. with his family, and I was going with him someplace. It happened to Red Ring right before we left, like the day before. So we were gonna leave the next morning, and that night and evening, he ended up staying at the crib, and I went with his dad to GameStop. His dad was about to buy him the 4 gigabyte Xbox 360 because he just wanted to buy his kid an Xbox.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I was somebody who's already in the market. I know what's going on. I think he wants the Elite because at the time, that's the only thing that's either equitable to what he had because they didn't have the exact same model or better, and it could actually functionally do what he wanted it to do.
Yeah.
Moving forward at GameStop, similarly, most of the people, because for those that don't know, GameStop's policies, which I don't care, I'm not an employee, I don't plan to be an employee of theirs again. We are meant to sell you or operate under the condition of assumptive sales, where we assume people want to save money, and we don't try to sell to the gamers. We're not trying to sell the modem. We're not trying to sell the mic. We're not trying to sell the Strix. Who we're trying to sell to and who we're most caring about are the moms, the grandmas, the people that know nothing about games. We are their liaisons into the gaming world. And what do they 95% of the time, even at Christmas time, say to me? Oh, wait, so I can get a gift card with that if I buy that one? Or I can get this? There were very few that cared enough to be like, oh, wait, so what's the difference and what's the advantages or what's this? Their first thing was, how much does it cost? And I think those are the people that you capture in your example, is the people that just purely care about cost. But those people are going for the Xbox One S, not the Xbox Scorpio. I think what I'm saying overall is where I agree that there is a market for it and there's a market share that can be tapped with this console. I feel like there's also that market share is small. There, because you're talking about people that don't already own a console. If we're excluding people that were gonna buy a Scorpio, like everybody that said, well, if they're releasing the Scorpio next year, why am I buying an Xbox One this year?
Even the people who are like, I would switch from a PS4 if Xbox One was better. If the Xbox Scorpio is better, I'll switch from a PS4.
But those to me fall into the those to me
that's a niche group too.
Those to me are the people that were like, I am an Xbox fan, but I'm going to go with the best console. Like they wanted to buy a one, but because the PlayStation 4 was better, like they're falling into the category of I want to buy an Xbox One or an Xbox Scorpio because I'm a fan of Xbox.
Yeah, I consider them a niche group too because if you were a fan of something, you're not going to just like
it is the
I love this, but like it's like I can sit here and make that argument like all I want to you about how much I think the Android phone is better, but you like iPhones. You're gonna buy a fucking iPhone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, take this.
Damn what I said.
I'm not gonna even be hypocritical about it. I am buying Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5 remix on the PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
I've bought these games on PS2, every console they've ever released for originally. I have bought them on the PlayStation 3 every single time they come out, and I will buy them again because I want it. All they had to do was say, the moment they said it's 1080p 60 or it's upscaled to 60 FPS on PS4, I was like, yep, that's enough of a reason for me to drop another $40.
Yeah.
And to the people that it wasn't the reason for, they're like, it's. And what they did, they knocked the price down so it's not a full price title. You're still getting like 6 games for $40 or $50, however much it is. And I didn't fall into that category of people that were like, and to anybody that's like, oh, I want to play Kingdom Hearts, I can now say, if you own a PS4, you can buy this collection and play every single game cheaper than I've played for it. I've paid 3 to 4 times as much as you have. But that's where I'm saying they can price it at $50 because 50 isn't too expensive for somebody buying something new. If you're saying this is the best, people feel iPhones are the best. So when it's like it costs $600 to $700 for an iPhone.
Yeah.
People don't feel as bad about paying that because, well, iPhones, iPads, iPad Pros, MacBooks, iMacs are supposed to be the best. They're supposed to be premium, so I'm paying for the best. People are willing to do that, and you can say then you want the best Xbox on the market, you're paying an extra $200. If you want the economy version, Like, we have the economy version, but don't expect us to be like saying like, oh yeah, we're still working on 1080p 60 for the Xbox One S. Not like that's done with. We're done with all of. Yeah, we're done with all of that. And that's my one thing to say. Like, I think Microsoft has positioned them in just in a place of just they care. Going back to where we were talking about Phil Spencer, they care less about inherently making the Xbox successful. Like, as to say, like, we have to sell it at a loss so that we become competitive in the market again, to do like all of these different things, to like try to do like, you can try that, you can do that. I think they care more about, we put out the best Xbox and people will come to the platform because it's the best Xbox. Because what ended up happening last gen was they kept decreasing the price of the PS3 and people eventually bought it because they were still like, there's plenty of games for this. Because I think that's still what happened. Anybody that doesn't own a PC will inevitably be like, there are these Halo games and Gears games and Crackdown and in another mythological world where they didn't cancel Scalebound.
Really quick, it's kind of funny that you brought that whole PS3 thing up, because I think that's one of the things that helped them catch up, is that they stopped talking about how they're the best piece of hardware, and they started working on other arguments, such as, okay, well, we got a whole lot of exclusives. So they started with the Kevin Butler promotions, talking about their games. They cut prices and things like that, and eventually that helped them catch up, because everybody said that the PS3 was the better hardware overall, but Microsoft came out with a cheaper price point and got the better exclusive deals and games coming out, and Sony had to claw back in with their library. And I think that's why I always make the argument that they're going to have to do more than just talk about your power. Because Sony tried that shit, and while the pricing had a lot of effect too, we realized that it wasn't just that, because as time went on with the Xbox 360, we started seeing they started getting the better quality games, and people were attached to that. And it was like a better quality games. You had better quality online service. It was like, yeah, this is the more powerful console, but the overall quality of presentation of the Xbox 360 was outdoing PS3 until 4 or 5 years in.
Yeah.
And that's why I say you're going to need more than just the power argument, in my opinion. It just can't be just about the power.
And part of me hopes you're right. Part of me hopes that they found a way to do like all of this stuff and give it at a price that isn't such a great loss that it ends up hurting them. But I don't think that Microsoft cares enough to try to figure that out. Like, because Modem, I think you and I could argue now, like at the $600-700 price point, you are getting close to a point where you can say like, yo, get you a Ryzen CPU, get you a like, maybe when Vega drops at the end of June.
Well, that's another thing. See, we haven't even got there, because with the PC like presentation, that's ran by AMD. Who knows what AMD is going to be dropping this year? They might hit us with something.
The biggest, I think the biggest selling point that makes Scorpio the best platform to play on is that you can play 4K, play your games at 4K resolution, 60 FPS.
Okay,
right?
but how many people care about that?
Like, I'm just
right. But see, that's what I'm saying. You have to make them care about that.
Okay. So here's where we're gonna get into the hard sale. Because for me to get to this point, all right, so you can play 4K. Okay, cool. So I can just plug it into my TV and it's gonna be 4K. Well, not necessarily. Do you have a 4K TV? It's like you gotta add these steps to the.
I would give you about a 10 to 15% chance of that happening. The amount of people I had to come in. So wait, so I have to go back to Walmart and buy the 4K for this to yes.
Yeah, because and that's what the 360 and the PS3 when they came out, they were HD systems, but they also let you play the games without having to get an HD system.
Now,
so cool.
That's exactly the point that y'all are missing, because Xbox Scorpio has super sampling technology. They're going to super sample the games and put it on 1080p screen. So you don't have to have a 4K screen.
So why are you mentioning to me the 4K then? Because that's not a good selling point if I'm not going to buy a 4K TV.
If I'm a consumer and I don't have a 4K TV and I want to get the benefits of 4K, you're telling me I can still have my 1080p screen.
But you're not getting a 4K presentation on a 1080p screen. You know what I mean?
But see, that's because I know what that is. Do the average person know that? No. If I tell them super sampling means you're gonna get as close to a 4K image that you possibly can, just like Netflix streaming compressed 4K.
I'm sorry, but the average person was like, you just said as close to. So I'm not going to get 4K.
What they will do is they'll ask a GameStop employee, and the GameStop employee it'll look really good. But to get actual 4K, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you just said
they're not going to care either way. They're just going to basically. I've said
that to me. I'm like,
but see, look who we're talking to. Of course, you know what that means, but most people will still take that as.
Anybody would know that because if you're telling me, if I told you that,
I really can't.
If you put this back, no, seriously,
anybody
with food,
majority of people would just say, okay, that's good.
And told you that this bag of potato chips tastes as close to your favorite potato chips.
Yeah.
Are you going to buy it because it's as close to your favorite bag of potato chips?
No.
Exactly, because you just told me it's not going to taste as good.
Modem. Like what I'm trying to get.
I'm looking for something that's like my bag of potato chips. If you've never played on 4K,
but you just told me it's not as good.
What you play on 1080p and what they're saying is super.
Okay, you just told me it's not as good. If I told you I've never eaten at McDonald's, if I told you I've never eaten at like a fancy restaurant, and you told me, well, go down to this place because it's just this. It's not as good, but it's close to being as good as that fancy restaurant.
Modem.
I want to eat at the I want to know what the fancy restaurant tastes like.
Why?
I'm just gonna
because I just told you I've never eaten at that, and I want that.
So okay,
I'm gonna
go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna say I'm gonna put it to you this way: as an employee that had to deal with this,
yeah,
all they cared about basically, because I've had people just, do I need to go buy the TV or not? They don't care. So it came down to basically, does the employee say it will look better, but it won't look as good? Do they need to buy the TV or not? Is all they care about. Do they need the 4K TV? If I say no, then I'll be like, all right, cool, I might buy it. If I say yes, then they'll be like, all right, I might go buy the TV. That at that point, it's on the consumer. Like, if you are choosing, I can give you as much information as you want about the topic. That's my job as a retail salesman. Right. Is to know the product that I'm trying to sell and give you as much information as you need. Same reason why I had to explain to ladies at Sears, you don't need a smart TV if you don't watch YouTube and Netflix and all these online platforms. You don't need a 300 refresh rate plasma TV because you're not watching a lot of sports. You're not going to see the benefit of the actual thing. There's some people that will be like, well, how much better does it look? And the best I can do is point to maybe our Xbox One display versus our Xbox Scorpio display and be like, here are the two consoles. This is the difference.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing with the visual medium. You got to show people, because just telling me that number, just telling me that it's 4K, isn't going to like, ooh, let me get that. Because again, if I don't have an understanding of it,
and
you're not doing anything.
Every difference has to justify the. Well, if because I'm gonna tell you, when these things drop in GameStop. Right. Guarantee you GameStop is going to be selling Xbox Ones, Xbox One S's from anywhere from like, if they, let's say they price the Scorpio at $400.
Yeah.
Which is a horrible price in my opinion. You're going to be seeing Xbox Ones go for $250 to $300 at most. That has to be a big enough difference for them to be like, I want to spend the extra $100.
So...
And I think a lot of people will be like, because you know what I would say as a GameStop employee, because it's my job to do this.
Yeah.
You could buy the original Xbox One and you could walk out of here with a couple of used games. And because you're a pro member, you get buy two, get one free on used games. And therefore go ahead and buy the cheaper version because you walk out of here with more. That is what I am trained to do as a GameStop employee.
Okay.
Yeah,
meaning, and they're going to trust me because I'm the expert.
Right.
And that's why I feel like there's going to be the people that are informed, and those are going to be the people that will make their own decision of, I want this or I want that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
if you're a Microsoft employee in the store selling it, then of course you're gonna make that push, that argument for this is the better thing. But like Pryor said, it's his store's goal is to make the bigger sale and to get people, to get people to purchase something. So yeah, they're gonna make that price point because that's how most people are wired to think.
Now,
That's a good factor too, when it comes to promotion and sales.
right.
Microsoft's not gonna make a store sell it the way that they think that you should.
Okay. So the biggest thing with let's say like switching your phones.
Mhm.
One of the biggest, or switching your phone companies. If someone wants you, hey, come over here to our phone service. You can keep your number. You don't have to change anything. All you gotta do is have them give you this code. We'll switch you'll port your number over, blah, blah, blah. Keep your number. You just switch phone services. The biggest appealing fact, or the biggest factor of the selling point is how much it's going to cost and what's the ease of the switching. So if I'm trying to sell you an Xbox Scorpio,
Mhm.
I'm going to tell you, you don't need, which you don't need to buy a 4K TV to see a better picture quality, to have better picture quality, to see better images, to have better frame rates. You can keep your same 1080p screen. You're just buying a console. This console has technology that's going to render the game in
So
a
can
higher
you show me how much
resolution.
better it's going to look on my TV?
Right.
Show me now how much better it's going to look.
Well, no. But
Wait. Say show you or tell you?
No, show me. Because you telling me, again, you're talking about a
Well,
visual.
I'm sure GameStop or
That's-
Walmart
like-
or anything will
like
have a
this is-
display
this
to
is
show
literally-
the difference.
So they're going to have a 1080p.
Modem.
They're going to put it on a same 1080p TV as they put on
Like this is where I have to side
PlayStation,
with
the
modem.
Xbox S, correct?
Like this is where I have to side with modem. What that person will do is just be like, that's when again you are at the mercy of the person selling the console at that point, because what the person is gonna do is they're gonna be like, well, what's your opinion? Because they're the person that works there, they're the person that's supposed to be selling it to it. What's your opinion? Which one? Because the first question you always get is, why is that one $100 more?
Right.
All right, well, is it worth it? And well, what is the different options? And and that is where like you are such at the mercy of the person selling it, because I don't care what anybody says. GameStop employees all have biases. We can come across as not having biases as much as you want. But like inherently speaking, as somebody that worked at GameStop, there's a reason why Xboxes were on a much bigger sale than PlayStations were during the holiday season. Because otherwise, it's me sitting up here being like, you got another console coming out at the end of next year.
Yeah.
You have, but it's really easy to say like, hey, you can get this Xbox One S plus a $50 GameStop gift card. Plus, you can, in GameStop, you could pick up the new Call of Duty and Destiny, the Rise of Iron for $60. It's a lot easier for me to say that and sell that to some parent who are like, oh, I can give my kid 2 games. Plus
I
this,
think
plus
that's why I make it the uneducated person, because they're going to be tentative with their money.
I think
Because especially since when you go into a store, we all as consumers know this. People are going to try to just sell you the most expensive thing. It's the mentality that people go in there anyway. So of course you're going to tell me this X,
it's
Y,
better.
Yeah. And a lot of people in my frame, when you start saying that the $500 one is better than the $400, they're going, of course you're going to tell me that, because you can make more money off the $500 one.
But see, in a way,
that's where people start to want to know more information.
Right. But see, in the beginning, like I said, this is what I'm saying with the Scorpio. They have to stack the deck in their favor. They have to craft the conversation into their favor. And the way they're going to be able to do that is by pricing it at a price that's not only affordable, but competitive and have games to offer and so on. So if you're telling me, wait, hold on.
All right, got you.
If the PS4 Pro is $400 and the Xbox Scorpio is $400,
But people are telling you the Scorpio is better. And you ask me, what's the difference between Scorpio and the PS4 Pro? And I'm going through the list of differences.
Oh, you're saying they're both the same price?
All right, modem. I'm not gonna. I as a employee would not sit there and be like, well, this can do this. It would be like the Xbox One Scorpio can do 4K, Netflix, and play games in 4K. If you have a 4K TV, it'll have a slightly better picture overall. I will still try to sell you more on games. I'm going with GameStop because that is where the majority of people are going to be looking for gaming information. It's going to be there, and it's going to end up being like, what used games can I sell you? More so than which one is inherently the better console. Because, again, a lot of that is bias. Because it's
right. But see, I guess my point is there's certain points where, regardless of your bias, some things are just facts. Like, no matter how much you love AMD, the FX 8350 does not compete with Intel 6700K. It just doesn't. I don't care how many cores it technically doesn't have architecture this, blah, blah, that, scenario this. It just does not outperform the 6700. So,
but see, that's the thing, modem. That has nothing to do with me selling you a.
No. That's not what I'm saying. If I come to you as a GameStop customer and I know the jargon and everything, and I go simply put, strictly here, I'm here for a console, and I want to know which is.
Okay, but see, we're going on the basis of two different things. I think.
And
we're going on the person who knows, and we're going on the average consumer.
Right, and that's all I've been saying. First, I want to make it clear that's all I've been saying is the people they have to capture to make it successful is the average consumer.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to make the point of the average consumer doesn't know the jargon. They won't care about the average consumer.
Now, I'm not saying that the Xbox Scorpio is not going to be successful. I think in its own ways it's going to be successful. Do I think it's going to be that thing that's going to elevate Microsoft like they wanted to? No. I don't think it's going to
like the Microsoft's E3 conference discussion.
I will literally sit here and say.
I think that's my biggest thing is that I think Microsoft's putting a lot of pressure on the system to be that thing that carry it back to the top. And I don't think at this point, the way that the market has now been situated, the way that they've situated their own market with the three different consoles.
All right, and modem. That's why I actually thought about Black. When you were first talking modem, how do you, as a company, not cannibalize your Xbox One market with the Scorpio? If you price it like something like $400, you will cannibalize your Xbox One market, because if it really does come down to, because GameStop will run a thing where maybe you only have to pay $100 to upgrade. Yeah, then you get to a point where you're telling people definitely upgrade for $100, but at that point, GameStop is going to be making money. They'll have used consoles to sell back to people. There will be a surplus of Xbox Ones. There won't be this point of Microsoft making the money, Microsoft really benefiting from it. That's what, that's why I feel like they need to price it so premium to a premium price, because that's the only way to do it in a way where they're gonna still make something back without cannibalizing the lower market, because you're gonna have the people that want to buy cheap, the people that will buy that, and if you want to, it's like the difference in $100 is going to be, I probably will buy a Scorpio, or I only have $200 right now or $300 right now, I'm gonna buy an Xbox One S. That is like, without cannibalizing your own market, how do you basically make the Scorpio the same price as the Xbox One S currently, or close to?
Xbox One S is 400.
No, it's 300.
Right, it's 300, right?
But I'm saying like that $100 difference.
Now, okay, so to me, because different companies do this all the time, where like certain things doesn't make sense, right? For certain use cases. If people are still buying the base Xbox One, not the S, I would say that's like ridiculous, because the S is available. But if it's cheaper, they're gonna buy the one, because the difference between the one and the S is like negligible at best, right? But if the S is priced at $300, or you can buy the base at $250, and then you have the Xbox Scorpio that's the best console on the market at $5, that's how you tier it to the people who have the money for the Scorpio will buy Scorpio, and the people who want to save up for Scorpio will buy Scorpio, or the people who just want an Xbox can buy an Xbox One S. But that's what I'm saying. All of this comes down to pricing, no matter what market they're trying to.
But I guess again, going back to what my argument is this worth putting out there? Is this going to, by putting this out here there, is this going to raise the bar as far as your sales to the point where you want it to? Because what Microsoft wants to do is they want to be the lead salesperson. Is this going to do it?
If the Scorpio is priced at a competitive and affordable price, I think it will. But it also,
I can't say that because you've given me too much choice.
Really?
I really think you've given people, because again,
for
me, of course, knowing what I know about these systems, yeah, if it's a $500 system and I want the best, 500 is not a big price to me. Fuck yeah.
Right.
But again, we're talking about average consumers, people who just want to get something to game on. You've put into the mix that no matter which one I buy, I can play whatever you come out with. So that hurts as far as whether that hurts the choice, because if I can get this cheaper one and play the same thing, I'm cool, because if I'm that person who's not smartened up to frame rates and stuff like that, yeah, I don't really give a fuck. Now, if I'm the person who has a good idea about that stuff, but it's not a big impact on me, then I would get the mid-tier. But if I'm that extra enthusiast, then I'll get you have to be selling to 3 different markets.
Right.
And you're selling to 3 different markets on your own platform against competition. That's a lot of segmenting. And that's why I was like, I don't think it's going to raise them no matter what the price is, because the choice is too much choice now. And that's why I never liked the idea of iterative consoles, because at least when it's been done traditionally, you either had to pick Xbox, Nintendo, or PlayStation. Now it's, do I get the Wii U or do I get the Switch? Do I get the Xbox One, Xbox X, or Xbox Scorpio? Do I get the PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 4 Pro?
Or PlayStation VR?
Huh? Yeah.
PlayStation VR.
Yeah.
What's the difference with the PlayStation VR compared to the
Yeah, so it's all these things out there, and all of them are cannibalizing themselves in a way. It's not just Microsoft. Because even Sony, I think people knock Sony for not taking a bigger step with the PlayStation Pro. But in a way, I kind of understand, because you kind of don't want to put in that. I would say that they were thinking, I don't want to invest that much money into making a step up when I'm doing fine in my sales. And I personally think that Microsoft's been doing fine in their sales too. It's just that their whole thing is, we got to be on top.
Yeah.
It's not about being successful, in my opinion, for them. It's about being the best. Which, nothing wrong with that. Competition is good, but sometimes I think the steps that they are taking don't necessarily put them in the best position. And I think this is one of those steps, because it's just, again, 3 consoles in 4 years.
Yeah.
That, and I'm a different type of consumer than most people. I'm not going to say that people feel the same, but for me, when you do 3 different consoles in 4 years, how much confidence do you have in your product?
I think,
you know what I mean? It's again, going back to the last generation. For all the bullshit that Sony did, they at least stayed with the product that they had, and they pretty much went back to the drawing board on how they sold it, how they promoted it. And I thought Microsoft was doing that when Phil Spencer took over. But then they started to say, we're going to drop this and drop this. And it's like, you don't need to do that. They really didn't need to drop the S, in my opinion. They don't need to drop the Scorpio. It's if they would have reworked how they presented the Xbox One, they would have been fine. I don't think throwing money was going to be the solution, but
now, what's interesting about the dropping of Scorpio and everything, what's interesting about them dropping Scorpio is they had a plan to drop a console, to not drop the S and drop a console in between the base Xbox One and Scorpio. And the power was going to be around the PS4 Pro capabilities, and then Scorpio will be their premium console. They dropped that that halfway mark, revamped the base Xbox One, came out with the S, and announced Scorpio. Now, I think they're not trying to deliberately, divide their market on their consoles, because they're thinking of it as this is our player base, and we're trying to give our player base more options to game on. But ultimately, when you, like you said, with choicing, I would want the Xbox Scorpio to be priced at $400 just to compete with the PS4 Pro, because back to the analogy of an 8-ounce versus even a 12-ounce tequila bottle. If the 8-ounce is $15 and a 12-ounce is $17, you're going to buy that 17-ounce unless you really want to save $2 and just get the 8-ounce. But most people, I would say, would just be like, oh, it's just $2 more. Cool. I'll buy this 12-ounce tequila bottle.
I like how we equate $100 to $2, though.
Well, no, like you.
I understand what you're saying.
Now, I want to make this clear, Modem. I want to make this clear. Those same people that would spend like the extra $100, if you turn around and like, would you like your a 2-year warranty for $20? Fuck no. Why would I want a fucking warranty? And it bugs the living shit out of me.
Yo, it does. And I always buy warranty. Like, I have a warranty on my fucking Ryzen 7 1700. I have warranty on that bitch. Like, I buy warranty on almost everything I have. Like, unless I know for sure nothing is going to or I think nothing for sure is going to happen to it, I will buy warranty on that bitch. Like, that's funny as hell. Because people do that. Warranty? What's that? Like, oh, that is so true. So true. That is funny. But, that's what I'm saying with Scorpio. It's just, if they price it, I would love it to be priced at $400, because that makes the argument for them strong, like stronger than it being priced at $450 or $500 or whatever. Because if it's the same price but better, you would go with better. At least in my eyes, that's what I would do. If it's the same price,
yeah, like that was the argument. It's like if I walked into a store and I saw the PlayStation Pro for $400 and the Xbox Scorpio for $400, and I asked the person which one is better, he should of course say it's Scorpio. Right. If he says that, okay, cool. I'm not, same price, I'll get the better.
Right.
If it's going to be that easy of a sales pitch, sure.
Right.
And you would hope that, like, if Microsoft can afford to eat that money again, because if they sell it at $400, Karen, best believe they're selling it at a huge loss. Because there's no way you're going to tell me that the console that you came up with originally for $500, is actually less affordable to make than this console that's going to be twice as powerful. Right. That one,
Right. Absolutely.
See, this is where they have their headaches, I think. And this is why I think that theirs is going to be the most interesting and the most important conference to watch. because this is new territory. I mean, we've gone into a weird space with consoles with the iterative thing already, and now you have this console that they're boasting as a premium. A console is the most powerful console you've ever seen in all of this, and it's going to be interesting to see like how it's going to play out. It's going to. I think there's going to even if it pisses people off. I think that there's going to be the most entertaining conference of E3 because their message is going to be it's going to make the most impact in gaming.
Yeah.
In gaming?
Yeah. I think they're going to make the biggest impact this year in gaming.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm hoping that
hopefully it'll be a positive one. Hopefully it won't be like I'm hoping for Microsoft at the end of the day they ride out of this like looking like who can I compare this to? You ride out of this looking like you just like sold everybody a Wii U at least. So you came out of nowhere, you made a huge impression. And I would rather they do that than to go out and walk off looking like Sega. You know what I mean? I don't want to see them go there.
I think they can come out of this conference and say, like, just like I forget which E3 it was, but like even the haters was just like, you know what? I got to give them to them. It was a nice conference. I think they can set themselves up in a way that it's people, no matter if you love or hate them, can at least walk away and say that was a good conference for Xbox. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And please, just do a straight conference, Microsoft. Don't do no bullshit.
Hopefully not. Like I said, they need to set themselves up. And if they do some bullshit, that's not setting themselves up.
Yeah, just do like a straight.
They're gonna become the AMD of the gaming market. I'm telling you, if this conference flops, it will, in my eyes, submit them in being the AMD of the gaming market.
Well, you already know how I feel. If they don't hit what they want to hit with this, I think they get out of gaming. As far as hardware. I think they become a software only company.
Right.
Straight up. So that's it for the Microsoft hour.
Right. I think Microsoft just has us all excited because
but that's the thing, and that's the beauty of this whole Microsoft conference. And that's why it's great because this is going to be the big. Like, because to be quite honest, I could boil down Sony's whole thing.
Games.
It's that one word because they've already given you their numbers. They've thrown that out there. We pretty much got a good idea because they've already given us a little tidbit of what you're going to see because they've said you're going to see God of War, you're going to see what's his name, Days Gone. You're going to see a couple of the stuff that you've already seen. They haven't mentioned anything new yet, but they've mentioned basically like there's at least 3 or 4 games that we've previously seen that we're going to see. So you have a good idea of what's going to be shown with them. It's just the surprises of what you're waiting for. Like, what are you going to surprise them with?
Which Death Stranding is confirmed to not be. It's that.
Yeah, because Death Stranding is not going to be there. You'll probably get some release dates for a lot of these games that they have out. But the only thing is like, okay, which 2 or 3 studios are going to have a new game? And that's about the biggest like shop value. But you're going to get games. You may get price cuts or something. I don't know, like maybe they put a price cut on PlayStation VR, maybe. But it's not going to be. There's not going to be any like. They ain't going to announce no PlayStation 5. If anybody's expecting that, don't hold your breath on that. They're not going there that far, that fast. So But yeah,
If they did, I would be surprised. Like, yo,
if they did, I would be like, "What the fuck are y'all doing?" Because I don't. Because at this point, there is no reason, even with the Scorpio on the rise, there's no reason because they're still selling well.
yeah,
You're still making a good profit. Take your money, save that shit up, save your fucking company.
yeah.
For God's
Nah, burn it to the ground.
sake. You know what I mean?
Glory or death.
Save your fucking company and worry about the next console in a year or two, please. So yeah, Sony. I mean,
Don't even say that.
Sony's. I think we could all agree. Sony's conference. We aren't expecting a huge amount of things, except for like what game, basically.
Right.
Like what's going to be the next jump out game that's going to be like how they came out with Spider-Man last year. Nobody expected that.
Spider-Man.
You know,
Dude,
what's going to be the Spider-Man moment?
nice. That game looks real nice.
Yeah, I mean, what game could they announce to you, Prod, right now? That would
You already know the game. They need to say fucking 3 words, and they will fucking take my money forever. I don't care how many times I need to spend it, much money it costs. I need you to actually give me a release date for Kingdom Hearts 3, and I will shut the fuck up and not say a damn thing about your conference. You won E3. I don't care what anybody got to say. There are no other options.
Sony is the best.
I mean, there's nothing. Like there's no other. Like there's no Sony exclusive.
Look, Black. I'm not you. Uncharted is not my thing.
God of War is really as far as Uncharted is concerned.
That's thing. You're saying like a surprise. I'm trying to think like of a surprise. What could Sony bring back? If Sony hit me with like the classic platformers, maybe Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Daxter, both come back with new games, or maybe it's a new Jack and Daxter game. That would actually be pretty interesting. That might surprise me. That might catch me off guard.
Man, a Crash game,
Shout out to SOCOM.
That would be kind of hype for me. Not a remake or anything like that, but like a new Crash game.
Yeah.
And see, oh my god, that's what I'm talking about. Single player games used to have like just depth to it. Like I remember spending hours and hours just playing Crash games, trying to get fucking trophies and beat the time and get the gems and all that shit. Like
I just want to make the point. But I don't think that games have changed that much. I think that
they haven't. Like
gamers, we as gamers have.
I think it's a bit of both. I can't say that games haven't really changed. I definitely have seen a change in the way that games are not only told story-wise, but what they
honestly think games way too much.
I will argue on that point. The reason that is because they had to back in the day. You didn't have near lifelike graphics to tell the story in the same way, where now it's far more powerful to have you as a player play through something than to show you it in a cutscene or to tell you it through the story. And so while what it comes across as weaker writing is a lot due to technology is so far ahead. Like rather than talking about like you don't need to have the character say like you broke his head open and he blah 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 and rattle off all this detail and this and have it like you can show the terrifying feeling of loss, of pain, of sickness, and show just how gruesome like that scene is nowadays, as opposed to before it was
like going back to the first Modern Warfare, that bridge thing when everybody's like getting knocked off. I was like, God damn, man. We just rescued you, dude. You fucking get shot in the head. You know, stuff like that. I think the visual interpretation a lot easier.
And that's a big thing in gaming as well, is like game development is you talk a lot about whenever possible, you want the players to be playing, to be doing. You don't want to have to tell it through story, through dialogue. That's part of what Destiny's issue was. Destiny had a horrible story told a horrible story because you had to read all of it.
Yeah,
As good as it was, you had to read and had to there was something other than you as a player, rather than hearing about by the time you got to Oryx, there's a difference between hearing the story of Guardians that took down Oryx and being the person that fights through his giant ship into his throne room and takes down a god. It has a much bigger impact. It has this much bigger, the grant, you get the scale, you get a very different feeling than before that. You would have had a few pixels and you wouldn't have had 6 of your friends and you wouldn't be coordinating on all this stuff. It would have just been you and your party members that you've given. And that's the other thing, your own imagination applied a lot to it. As somebody that grew up reading a lot, I got to a point where I had to separate books and movies because there's this disconnect between my vision of a book and the person that makes the movie's vision of a book or the game's vision of a book. That is so different than mine, then I have to look at that as a different interpretation. It's not this one-to-one picture. And your mind is powerful enough to create an entire reality within itself to where you can perceive, you can see that moment of just gruesome, or you in Lord of the Rings. Yeah. It's done really well with great practical effects, which is part of why, and a mix of that and special, which is why it does. I think a lot of people like it so much. But still, certain things in the scaling that are done through tricks and are what gives it that versus hearing about Minas Tirith, this vaulted city that climbs up into a mountainside, is very different than seeing it before you. And even different than running through it in the games.
Well,
anyway,
I would say.
We covered go ahead.
Wait, what?
No, you were about to say something. I was about to go to the next set of conferences. What were you going to say?
Shit, I forgot.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Oh, yeah, let's just move on.
But yeah, all right. So we've gone over Sony. I mean, anything else anybody expects from Sony? I think Sony's going to be just a pretty straightforward. We're just going to show you a bunch of games, and
yeah,
I think the biggest hits are price cuts. I think price cuts are probably the biggest thing.
That's pretty much what I was going to say. Y'all pretty much hit it on the head. We know pretty much what Sony will come out and say or do or anything of that nature. And
by the way, Prod, Bloodborne 2 is what your answer to that.
No,
Bloodborne 2.
Bloodborne does not need another game. It's
whatever the next FromSoft, or whatever the next FromSoft.
They said they're stepping away from Dark Souls. I'm fine with that. Let it rest a little bit. I have plenty of other Souls-esque.
All right, so whatever the next From Software game is what you're gonna get.
I mean, they've already there's some stuff.
Remember, they make more than one game.
I don't care about Armored Core.
EA. Yeah, excited for EA?
I'm excited for Pele to be back on stage.
No, I'm not excited for the conference. I'm excited for the games, though. Because EA always...
Shut up, Black. No, you're just excited for hopefully they show the 3-4 Star Wars games.
I will say this. I was listening to the Giant Bomb podcast today. There's one thing about their conference that I'm excited for that they mentioned. Is Snoop going to be there? And if so,
stop it.
What drug is he going to be using?
Shrooms this year.
Because, if you remember, he was playing Battlefield 1, smoking a blunt. So. Or is it going to be Snoop? Is it going to be somebody else? I mean, you can get The Weeknd. He's a junkie. He can come up there and, do some that. Yeah, that might be something.
Right.
No, their presentations can go to hell. As far as I'm concerned, but what the games they're going to show, we already know some of them. Like they said, Need for Speed, Battlefront. What else?
I'm looking forward to the Need for Speed game. And
I'm curious to see if they can revamp that franchise.
Especially we want another Underground. Underground to me is like the staple of the Need for Speed series. Underground 2 was like the shit. Like everybody remembers Underground 2 whenever we're comparing, the newer games and everything. I definitely think they need to bring back like an Underground 2-esque type of feel to it with like a lot of content. Because I feel like Underground 2 had like a lot of content.
Yeah, like this, I would say the only Need for Speed in the last, maybe 5 years that was okay.
Nah.
Was Most Wanted, maybe?
Nah, Hot Pursuit. Wait, no, Hot Pursuit might be over 5, is it? No.
It's over 5, I think.
What do you mean? Didn't you like Need for Speed for PlayStation?
Not the last Need for Speed. Which reminds me of another racing game that's coming out.
Oh my God! Can we talk about Ubisoft and the fact that we're getting The Crew 2?
Yeah.
Yo,
but just really quickly, go back to
Division 2.
Yeah.
Or Watch Dogs 3. One of them.
Yeah.
Division 2 is coming, fam.
Hey. Yeah, y'all know Division used to be my shit. And then it went left.
Apparently Last Survival was really good.
Yeah, I got the last couple of DLCs.
You know what's the biggest thing about games like these? And I said this when we were doing the show, when we were talking about this, and I was in love with The Division. The Division started off as a good game, and when they were announcing all this stuff, and after I got it in my hands and I was playing it, it's like, cool, y'all have a really good foundation on this. Hopefully, what y'all didn't do was give us all of the game and then be like, there's so much more to it, and then it really wasn't. And that's what I feel like they did. And then the backlash came, and they knee-jerked, and it fucked it up more, and then it just kind of like died. And then they had some time to recover, and then the Last Survival
I feel like a lot of people on consoles are getting the... Hopefully, they're going to do the same thing, just like Destiny 2 seems to be doing, where people kind of have an understanding of like the MMO-esque marketing or like approach to gameplay, to where it's like, look, you get one thing, and then you're gonna get a expansion that's like this really big event thing that's focused around one thing. Then you'll get another one, and then you'll get another one, and then you'll get another one. Like I feel like The Division is inherently a far better game than it was at launch. Now, same with Destiny. They're so good. Go buy them both and play through them and love them. Give them all your money.
I just think if
all of it,
they do it right, the Division 2 can be the shit. But
that's an entire another discussion. Because I could ask you like what exactly you would think, and I could like there's so many reasons why. Like as much as other people are mad about it, I'm happy that right now it looks like at launch Destiny 2 will only have 1 or 2 raids. Like, I don't need them to have like 5 raids off launch.
I think it's gonna be fine because of they actually have more stuff to do. It's kind of coming out like Final Fantasy Online, where you have your dungeons to be the mini raids.
Speaking of which, Final Fantasy 14 is getting a new expansion this month.
Yeah, I know. But I think the fact that you're putting in the dungeons to be your mini raids helps supplement like having ability like huge.
So Mike, you just said they have mini dungeons?
Yeah, basically you have dungeons. They were gonna put like what did they call it? They didn't call it dungeons, but
Lost,
essentially,
or is that there's one thing they talked about that interested me. Like they mentioned it briefly. It's like Lost Sectors. Is that one?
Yeah, the Lost Sectors. They're essentially dungeons for you to go into the raid.
Well,
it's going to have like boss fights and have special
so essentially
items in there.
It's the strikes. They've created essentially strike-like areas that are going to lead to the boss, to the actual raid.
It's like that. It's kind of going to end up being like a sweet spot between a raid and a strike. Yeah. So you're getting like a bunch of you stumble across these different dungeons, and
So
they said that the stuff is going to regenerate, so it's not the same stuff every time you go into them after you discover them. So,
and see, that's my thing with before Destiny. They didn't and you said this earlier. They are embracing the MMO side of things a lot more this time around. And when you play MMOs, they have like multiple armor sets, multiple, just raids and so on and so forth at various levels and so on. And I'm cool with a main raid being on, like, we only got one main raid. That's fine with me. But there has to be like some things in between. Like, we got the story and then there's the raid.
And that's what you're gonna have. You're gonna have the dungeons, and you're gonna also have like side quests. You'll be able to go to different areas, and meet different people who are gonna give you quests outside of the story. So, they're like we said, they're embracing more of the MMO thing where it's not just gonna be you got the main story, the strikes, the patrols, and the raids. No, they're actually fleshing it out a lot more.
Right.
So.
And that's what's up.
So that's going to be a better thing. But that's probably what the division. That's what I was hoping the division would have when it first came out. Was
exactly.
Like,
and it didn't. The armor sets were ass. I was like, yo, this shit is stupid. Like, what the fuck are these armor sets?
It's like you're in New York City. You have a big playground to play with it. It was such a limited place to be in.
Hopefully, it's a lot bigger. A lot bigger. And their armor sets felt like some. I can't even allude to this. Never mind. But basically, it felt like some next to useless shit. Like, the armor sets were just like whatever.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the stuff that you got. It didn't stand out. It wasn't like if I got different.
You know what I'm also tired of, Mike? Games not explaining their fucking features. Like, I want these stats and these fucking, numbers to mean some fucking thing. If I should be able to get 100% armor to reduce damage coming in. My armor shouldn't be capped. And if my armor is capped, you need to give us the fucking formula of how much damage this is going to reduce times this and what the fuck ever. So ultimately, I'm doing this many shots to or whatever. Like, I'm so tired of that shit where it's just like, I'm stacking all this fucking armor, but I'm still dying in like 2 fucking shots. What the fuck is that shit?
Yeah, it's another case of them not taking a full step in embracing what they're trying to be.
Right.
And I hate that. It's like, you gotta
bars. These bars. I don't want fucking bars. Tell me how much damage I'm doing. That shit is stupid. So stupid. Like the accuracy bars. That doesn't tell me shit. Well, I almost got a full bar of accuracy. Is the bars the same bar for every gun class? Does every gun class have the same recoil? No, it doesn't. Why the fuck are we using a bar system? This shit is retarded. Straight retarded. Oh my god. Tired of that shit. I really hope that changes.
Yeah. We'll see. But since you brought up Ubisoft Pride, I guess we should talk about the fact that they're gonna have the Crew 2, which I don't think I'm looking forward to at all. Have you ever played the Crew?
No, I haven't. I've seen people play it.
It was an interesting concept, executed very, very poorly. Because
isn't it the racing game, right?
Yeah, it was basically you're always online, going across the United States. The whole premise was you're supposed to create crews, but it also had a story to tell in between it. And it very much is the division of racing games, where the concept it has something there, but it's just
like they got the foundation, but they don't expand on it.
Yeah, because it wasn't really fleshed out well. in my opinion.
And see that, that goes into what I was talking about earlier too, with the whole storytelling, where if you can tell your main story in 2 hours, that's cool. But if you can flesh these things out without stretching it out, then that's better. Because I would take a quality 30-hour campaign over a short, 5-hour campaign any day. I don't necessarily care how long something is, as long as I'm not like repetitively doing something to the point where it's just like, really, why are we still doing this? And to the point where like it adds nothing to the story.
Yeah, because it was basically you did the same activities over and over again. It kind of is like the Ubisoft formula, I guess you could say. You know how, like, you play Assassin's Creed game, there's always going to be a certain set of types of missions and tasks that you're going to do,
right,
before you get to the next story beat. It's like that, you know.
And that's the whole. Just real quick, I don't mind you keeping the feeling alive. I don't need a new feeling just because it's technically a new game. But at the same time, when it's so old, I guess, like, you got to switch it up somehow.
Yeah. And it was like the handling of the cars to me wasn't that good. The whole idea, you're able to go across the United States while you're driving thing. It was like, man, it wasn't as good as they made it out to be.
Right.
To me. And the online thing was just intrusive.
Wow.
Like,
so the biggest aspect of the game was like,
it was like if I didn't want to be bothered by somebody, I felt like I was being bothered by somebody.
Wow.
So it was kind of like the last Need to Speed, basically. So
that sucks.
But it's going to come up with another one because apparently it's sold so well in Europe. So
well, their car scene, I would say, is a lot bigger than our car scene.
Yeah.
So there's that.
It had a good variety of cars, and customization was pretty cool.
It's just like with GTA 5. One of my biggest gripes with GTA 5 is like when you buy a car, it's stuck at that speed. So the fast cars go fast, the slow cars go slow, blah, blah, blah. Right. You can't upgrade it or nothing like that. You can upgrade the acceleration, but once it hits that max speed, it hits that max speed. There's no going faster. So, like, having variety for the sake of variety doesn't make it quality. I don't care if you got one of your selling points is we got over 2,000 cars, and like every category has a max speed that just goes to max speed. Like there's no real customization there. Like you give us the illusion of customization and the illusion of variety, where it's just like we might as well just have this car versus like having the choice of this car. If it's aesthetics, just make it skins. Like that's pretty much it. Like who cares? If the customization isn't there, just give us skins. Just point blank. I fucking hate illusions. Like don't give me the illusion.
Yeah, no, I would say that customization was pretty good. It was pretty good customization.
Which is good.
Actually go in and mess with your parts pretty efficiently.
And that's what I was saying with like Need for Speed. Need for Speed Underground was probably like almost the last game that I felt like the customization was there. You felt like your car was getting better when you were playing that game. For real.
Yeah. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Of course, the Assassin's Creed has pretty much been outed.
It's supposed to be like Origins, whatever. I'm so done.
Yeah, it's supposed to be set in Egypt.
And you know, like I've been done since they killed Desmond. And then they came out with Unity. And what kind of captured me about Unity was like, oh yeah, you could play with your friends. And that was a fucking lie. And it's like, fuck Assassin's Creed.
That was the dumbest thing. The multiplayer was Unity. There was only certain missions that you could access with people. And it was lame. It was really, really lame. It wasn't like you could play the whole campaign. You should just, if I granted to a certain mission, I could play it. Okay.
Right.
Whatever. And then the fact that they gated some of the like treasure online. You had to get onto the app, or you had to get online and play to open certain chests and all that. I was just like, really?
Exactly.
You have this chest sitting in the middle of the city. I can't access it unless I get on your app.
Right.
It was. I would say this though, Syndicate was good, but I think Unity pissed so many people off that it made Syndicate like not do well. But Syndicate was actually a pretty good game. I played through that and I was like, yeah, this is much better than Unity. But I think
I just
broke it. They broke it.
I feel like the way they closed off Altair and Ezio's story, where they kind of like combined the endings of both of them, was good. And then they try to like bring in new, like every time we go to a new country or new era, we're going to introduce a new character. So it's like, yo, this is not good storytelling.
It would have been okay if they would have did the Desmond story right. The fact you killed Desmond after all of this build up.
Dog, I don't know what it's talking
Not
about.
only did you just kill him, but you didn't conclude the story by killing him. You just it was like, so he basically did all this shit for nothing.
Yeah, I didn't understand that shit at all, yo.
Because he didn't stop anything. Spoilers for anybody who cares about this. I'm sure you don't, by the way. But yeah, he died and ain't shit changed. It was like, so he was the hero of what?
Bad storytelling.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It was the of bad storytelling.
It's like, and I didn't mind the bad because I always thought that the stories were bad. Anyway, because they did some really bad storytelling.
I didn't think the storytelling was bad until like after they killed Desmond. Like the choice to kill Desmond is when it all started. I was just like, what the fuck? Like, and the story in conclusion may have been bad, period, and I just didn't notice it. But like for sure, them killing Desmond, I was like, what the fuck am I even like playing at this point?
They had some convoluted stuff because it was just like, you would see the wildness of like, okay, so you're telling me every certain amount of years everything blows up again, or the whole like, oh, Adam and Eve escaped from an aliens like camp.
And that's the thing, we don't know what the fuck the story is going at this point.
It was just like it was like that wild, crazy stuff like that. But it was like entertaining. But then you get to, like you said, you get to the end, and you like it, what you think is going to be the payoff to the story.
Yeah.
You don't get a payoff. You get like, all right, we're gonna kill him, and we're gonna say that things gonna keep going, so we can keep making games.
Got a fucking slap in the face, like
I wasted all my time to get to this. No, what are you doing? This fucking
like the shit is just crazy. Like I don't understand why they made that choice at all. It's kind of like when people said they want that they should kill the Master Chief. That at this point, killing the Master Chief would, for Halo, for anybody who doesn't know, killing the main character would do more for the franchise than keeping him alive. It's like, are you fucking stupid? Like,
yeah, why do you need to kill him? Like, why do you need to kill him? You can have him walk up in the sunset if you want to do that.
I kind of agree.
No, you don't kill. You don't kill off a character just so you can move on to something new.
I'm gonna put it to you. I'm trying to remember what it is. It is like those teams and those things that every time things start to go rocky, they're gonna use whatever lifeline they have to. Like as long as Master Chief's around as a character, whether Bungie wants to or not, Microsoft's gonna be like, nah, you gotta make another Master Chief game. Got to do it, but because we want sales. And apparently, you try to put Locke in a game, and people don't like it. So back to Master Chief.
And see, okay, so let me put it to you like this: in any storytelling, I will say 9 times out of 10, people are okay with their favorite characters, like the main character, not being in a new story or a side story of the franchise or what the fuck ever, as long as their main character is not dead. Like killing off somebody for the sake of storytelling is a bad move.
I mean, but
almost 100% of the time.
People feel like it would be some arbitrary death that's just like, because this is the exact thing I bring up going to Halo. Nobody gave a fuck about any of the other Spartans. They can make a game about another Spartan, but nobody. How many of the books have you read? How much of the other stuff do you know about Halo beyond that?
I've read the book, actually.
That's what I mean. Like, you've already gone above and beyond.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so
my issue
the
is
difference with Halo 5. The difference with Halo 5 is people were upset not because they tried to put Locke in the center stage, it's because they made Locke the center stage when it's supposed to be about the Master Chief. You bring back the old Spartans.
Yeah, I agree with that, because when they presented Halo 5, they presented it with Master Chief. Then they came in and they're like, here's Locke. And it's like, wait, what?
I think that was their way of trying to be like, we're going to try to ease into a new character. Where
passing the torch is never supposed to be done that way. Never. Name me one franchise, any company, anything like that, where they're like, you know what? All of a sudden, I know y'all been used to this, but we're replacing this with this. Y'all gonna just have to like it.
I'm trying to think.
And it went well.
I have to think of actual series names, but I've thought of it multiple times where you introduce another character to carry on or to propel the story in a different direction. My issue, and I feel like this is the same, there should have not been Halo 4, 5, and 6. There should have been Halo by another name, but it should not be Halo 4, 5, and 6 because people automatically.
I disagree.
2 and 3. Like, I'm sorry, I still got mad as fuck. Even as somebody that was excited for the fact of like Master Chief could come back. 1, 2, and 3 should have been Master Chief's story.
But was it Master Chief's story, or was he just a part of the Halo story?
It was Master Chief's story.
I really don't agree with that. I don't think 1, 2, and 3 was Master Chief's story. It was the story of the Halo universe, like what's going on now. And this is why they made and have said that this new trilogy is to get to know Master Chief on a personal level, what affects him as a person, not a soldier, but as a person. Because through 1, 2, and 3, it was just go fight this, yes sir. Save the world, yes sir. Like
I think where they probably did make it his story was how Hugh ended, where they put him in peril and they had Hugh have to care.
That's all that.
I think that's where they made it his story.
I wouldn't say putting the world on somebody's shoulders is necessarily making it their story.
But it was all on him. Who else was going to do it?
Here's the, like at the end of Halo 3, what do you remember clearly about the game? How does Halo 3 end?
They blew up I want to say it's called the Archangel. And
whatever the fuck it is.
Right. They blew up the fucking planet that was gonna set off all the fucking rings, and they saved the universe.
The story that that's my other issues. I need them to have something other than the Halos are gonna destroy the universe. Like that's why I like the 4, 5, and 6 plot.
The 4, 5, and 6
of plot reintroducing something different,
right?
And going someplace different. But
and
like, do you remember the fact that another major character, Johnson, dies?
Yeah, hell yeah! I remember that Johnson died.
No, but I'm trying to make this point of like, there's so many things that are overshadowed by the fact of, and at the very end, they don't end it off on.
Well, see,
this is the war between the Covenant and the humans. This is how the war ends. They ended off on, "Hey, Master Chief's still alive, boys. He's still here."
Okay. So first, to put it in perspective, you asked me how did the game end. I can tell you the ending. I can probably tell you from beginning to end how the fucking game goes. That's how big of a fan I am. But what I'm saying is, when the game ended, I think I only played it on like normal or heroic or something like that. When the game ended, I thought he was dead. Like there was no other parts or nothing. I thought he was dead. I was pissed, like beyond pissed. Like they killed my nigga Chief. No.
But why? Like that's my thing. Like one of the things I
Because
love.
of all the fuck they put this nigga through.
Go through.
They
Going
gonna kill
to
him?
another series. Going to another series.
Well, actually, I would say this: you can kill a hero if you finish a story. If a hero dies completing the
Okay, Mike.
story,
Perfect example. Red Dead Redemption. How the fucking game end? Do you agree with that ending?
Yes.
Did that ending not piss you off?
No.
it hurt, but I was fine.
Exactly. That hurt.
I was fine, but it hurt because you were related to the character. But I'm fine with the ending, if that's what you mean.
That was a good ending. Like, my issue is this.
That's fucked up shit.
I think what has become like systemic in games is that people care too much about the hero and some type of closure in terms of, even if it's not happy, there's something that so I can be like, well, at least I can look to this, versus saying like some things just end. Like it's the same thing.
Okay. So for the Halo franchise to end, does the Master Chief need to die, or can they just
for the Halo franchise to end? No, Master Chief does need to die. I feel like to pass the torch.
So you're saying Master Chief needs to die for the Halo franchise to end?
For the Halo franchise to move on, to move forward, yes, not to end.
Why does he need to die for them to move forward or to end? Either or.
Because at this point it has become, it's the opposite of what Destiny did. Imagine playing like Destiny, they focus on you at the start of the game. Here they focus on the world. They give you all this other stuff, but they constantly bring up, it's the idea of imagine a Halo game where you're not playing as a Spartan. How many people really liked ODST? How many people really fucked with ODST where you weren't the Spartan, you weren't the dude doing all, you were the secret agent coming in afterwards, barely struggling to get by. You have tied in Spartans, and then what you do is you put in a god, a legend, the greatest Spartan of all, and that's who the player plays as. You create this grandiose fantasy. One, they fucked up because they made him so big that there's very few conceivable ways for him to lose. That is my biggest issue with Master Chief, is there is not a like, oh, well, I sent him out, and that was a fitting in, because he's done so much shit and gotten away with it. You stop worrying about Superman because Superman dies so rarely that it's like, oh, he'll be fine. He'll figure it out. He'll come back. It's when you get him to that point that it becomes you are slowly just making the character worse and worse because you remove the fear out of the person.
Now, I'll tell you the reason, like I said, I was pissed with the Halo 3's ending, the ending, the first part that I seen was, like I said, he's been through so much. And like, I do care about this character. And I feel like you should care about good storytelling will make you care about the character or characters. That's just bottom line. If you don't care about the characters, then it's not good storytelling in my book. Now, when I heard that it was an extended ending or whatever, and I went to watch the ending, and like, I didn't think that they would make a Halo 4, but I knew the possibility of a Halo 4 was there. Now, if it wasn't, I was totally fine with there never being another story with the Master Chief in it. And I'll tell you why. Because to me, the franchise was done. Like, that was it. There's nothing else to do.
That's the thing. What you saw, even though you were upset, you saw a note of finality.
See, but that's the thing. Like Modem, your thing was this, because literally, if they never made another Halo, for all intents and purposes, Master Chief died. Either way, it wouldn't have affected the perception of whether you saw, if somebody never saw the secret ending and they just changed, Locke came in at Halo 4 and it was something different. There isn't a difference. You don't know that Master Chief is dead. It's the idea that for you as a person and people as, like, it's that idea of, people couldn't let go of Master Chief.
Before, I thought they killed him until I seen that extended ending. And when I seen that,
that's what we said. You didn't know it. You never knew it existed. Or it never existed.
Because you said if they
would still be able to play Halo 4 though.
Like, would you be able to move past the fact that they did Chief? No, Chief. Like, to me, that was Chief's ending, because Chief died. It was not just a ring. It was not just like a singular event. He went basically to the core of all of this shit, and he died saving the literal galaxy. Not everybody else around him was dying. Other people were not making it out. And at the very end, it proves that as much of a superhuman as he was, he doesn't escape everything. He died doing what he did best, which was, and exactly the tagline for what they had that game, finishing the fight, ending it all. That's how and that's to me was like, that is an ending. And they're like, well, we're gonna have 4, 5, and 6. And I'm like, all right, well,
4, 5, and 6 didn't come until like way later on.
Well, here's the thing. There was already speculation, and I remember when they announced 4, 5, and 6. This was
we know how
before
people
the Xbox
were
One.
looking to something more than they ever need to.
There was an article when they first announced a long time ago after Halo 3. I think it was a year or two after it came out. So I still remember this. There was an article that specifically came out, and Microsoft said that Halo would continue as a trilogy. Like, it wasn't going to just be a Halo 4. It was guaranteed for Halo 4, 5, and 6.
Right.
We were going to get 3 more
I remember
games.
the article you're talking about, but the article, if we're talking about the same one, came after the announcement for Halo 4.
It might have.
But
Because
see,
how long after Halo 3 was Halo 4 announced?
Halo 4 was announced in 2011.
Officially announced. It was pretty much, once you saw the ending, everybody just assumed that Microsoft was going to keep milking the cow until it died.
Like, no, matter of fact, I want to say it was announced in like, no. 2011. It was announced in 2011.
There was this 4-year window where people didn't know necessarily when.
Right.
Just they knew Halo was coming back. And I guess...
Well, with the iteration of Reach, people making money, blah, blah, blah. You know, I mean,
but it's Microsoft's flagship. It would be like Sony being like, yeah, we're never making another Uncharted, Last of Us, Spyro, Crash.
They would do that, though.
Sony's willing to do that. But that's the thing. Like, Microsoft isn't. Microsoft doesn't have, like, notice I listed like 5 characters and I could probably keep listing more. Microsoft doesn't have that. People didn't care about Gears like that. People cared about how Gears ended. A lot of people were angry. Judgment was garbage. 4 was a new generation of people.
I was so upset with 3. Oh my god.
4 was a new generation of people, and it did not receive anywhere near the same reception.
4, Mike, we still gotta play 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, this is what I'm saying. I feel like regardless of what you choose to do, right? People are either going to love it or hate it, right? Just as off tops. But the people you don't want to piss on and ultimately piss off is your core fan base. And if your core fan base does not want something to happen, you need to cater to that fan service.
And this is exactly what I'll make the point of. If their point was to never have Master Chief die, he should have been of God, not a human. I don't care if Superman doesn't die because
ultimately in the back of anybody's mind, he's human. He's going to die of old age at any given point. Like he's human. He has the expiration date. But the point is to kill him off is the difference between him dying and killing him off.
And I guess that's the difference. I guess the difference is Master Chief is not the character that goes quietly into the night. Master Chief is the soldier
and that's what I'm saying too. Like in Halo 3, he did go off quietly, and I was okay with that.
But he went off in the biggest explosion, and it
no, because that wasn't the ending. Because when you get to the extended cut, he's floating out in fucking space. And
I'm going to sleep. He's like, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we get there.
You might as well have just killed the motherfucker.
But here's the thing: those sentences that they give you, where they say, wake me up when I get there. That means he's coming back. Like, there's this sense of closure. Look at it compared to this idea of how Reach ended. Reach, this squad you've been fighting with this entire time. People are dying left and right. They're Spartans that are literally hand-to-hand combating their way to the very end. You play as this soldier who the shift leaves. There is no hope. You are simply surviving as long as you can. And that's how Spartans die. Spartans don't die, first and foremost. They're missing in action. And that's the important thing. Master Chief doesn't die. What he does is he has a soldier's death.
That's another thing. How do you take away from that?
He has a soldier's death. He dies fighting. He dies at the end of the day. It would be fitting to me at the end of the day. His death,
how do you kill somebody that can't die? That doesn't lose.
How do you kill somebody that can't die?
Right. How do you kill somebody that can't be killed? That's a better way of putting it.
The general idea is that memories, hopes, aspirations, ideals, all of the things that make up a person.
How many times does the Master Chief should have died? throughout the whole game series? How many times can
Every
you count
single fucking game.
Okay, so my point to you is, how the fuck do you go from one game, two game, and then get to the third and say, "Oh,
And
yep,
that's
they
why
finally
that's
got him."
bad fucking writing of a
No,
character.
it wasn't bad writing, Pride. It would have been bad writing to have killed him for the sake of killing him.
No, it's the idea of, it presents the idea that every Spartan can be great. Every Spartan is above a human. Every Spartan can do more.
Okay, I can tell
but
you
they
why.
can't do everything.
I can tell you why it's bad writing, and I understand where he's coming from. It's because it's like the thing that pissed you off when you saw him blow up.
For me, it's basically the opposite.
The fact that but I'm just saying, it goes into what you're saying though, because the fact that all these times that he's come across death and he's escaped it,
He
gets it
into the fucking planet.
Like, now he gets it, or we think he gets it, and then they come back and be like, "Oh no, of course he didn't die." It's just like, yeah, because he can't die. You've made it to where if you kill him, he's been pretty much built to the character where if you kill him, it makes no sense. But to keep him alive, it kind of doesn't. It gives you no room to really move the story anywhere else, and that's why everybody's going to trip when they see a lock come along, or they're not going to receive an ODST because it's like you've kind of made him this immovable force.
I would agree.
Can't be like removed from the world, and in order for you to do that, you're gonna have to they're probably gonna have to stop the snake, to be quite honest. That's the best thing. No, seriously, like Metal Gear 4, what happened was he got to the point where he was at an age where he was like, he was getting older, plus he contracted the disease that they found out was like, this is gonna take you out anyway. So once he completed his last mission, he retired.
Now, see, I would agree with y'all if it was in a sense, if it was in a certain context. This trilogy that they're on right now is supposed to be about the Master Chief. So them bringing in Locke the way they did was the wrong way to bring in Locke, period. Like off tops. Like there's no way that you say it's about the Master Chief. You give us, let's say, I don't remember off the top of my head, but let's say out of 13 missions, you give us 4 with the Master Chief and the rest is Locke. And this is essentially you trying to pass the torch. That's not the right way to do it.
Oh, I agree.
First and foremost.
I would make the argument. I don't want them to do either is wait till Halo 6 to introduce this character, or have a character they just had here, like not really doing too much, have a character that has no like standing as I feel like this is a worthy successor to Chief in any way, to just be like, okay, Chief died, left, disappeared, whatever. And now this guy is in the range.
Yeah, that's why I said they need to like Solid Snake him. They need to have him complete.
Or even better, what I was going to get into, Batman. Batman right now in the comics is talking about retiring, and everybody's like, "Well, who's going to be the next Batman?" So my point,
that's
point
not his own idea though. Like,
but see, that's not the point. The point is when you're trying to introduce a successor, you don't overshadow the person that it's supposed to be about right now. Batman's story is not done. It's just talks of him retiring. But these characters that may take his place have already been introduced.
You know why Batman is still a bad? You know why Batman's a bad example though?
Why?
Because inevitably Bruce Wayne becomes Batman again. No matter how many times Dick, whoever takes the mantle, Batman is Bruce Wayne. Halo is intrinsically connected to Master Chief, regardless how many people you put and try to say they will never be Chief, and people will hold on to that. It will never be good enough.
There's been several Batman.
Yeah, but nobody. It always goes back to Bruce Wayne. Look, Bruce Wayne, literally before the new series of comics, they had this man basically killed twice, both by his own hand and by the hand of his greatest enemy. And yet they bring him back to take up the mantle because Bruce Wayne is Batman. And minor spoiler alert, if you are reading current comics, and not reading and you care, I'm gonna spoil something that's in a fairly major plot line within DC Rebirth going on right now. This time, they're testing not his mettle as Batman. Can he survive as against this fight? They're testing his mental mettle as Bruce Wayne to say, if his father tells him, don't be Batman anymore, does he have the strength, the will to fight, to keep going? Along with the idea that's presented in the story that some memories, some ideas have been pulled out of his head. So he's not holistically there either way. This is not 100% Bruce Wayne. Like, that's why I feel like there is still that element of it's still like a broken Batman. It's not the whole Batman. Master Chief, I don't care if Master Chief dies because inherently there will still only be Master Chief. Master Chief, to me, is very similar to Achilles. Achilles was the greatest, could fight, do anything, but he had one weakness. Master Chief's weakness is he's human. Inevitably, he will hit something that he cannot beat. And it's not that he's going to go quietly into the night. It's not that he's going to stop. He will fight until the moment it kills him. And that is his weakness. His weakness is not that his greatest weakness is not that it's not that he's necessarily too strong. His greatest weakness is that he doesn't know when to say, I've done all of this. I can't. He's going to keep fighting. He is the de facto soldier that gives everything, including his life inevitably.
Now, I would disagree with you simply because that's what this trilogy is supposed to have been about. The Master Chief who's not a soldier. That's what it's supposed to be about. Now, ultimately, like I'm saying, you don't have to replace necessarily Master Chief. There doesn't have to be, well, who's the next Master Chief? It can be that Locke is going to step up and be a leader, but it doesn't mean that Master Chief isn't Master Chief anymore. And he can go silently out in the night. He did it before. Like I said, the motherfucker was just floating out in space and cryo sleep.
That's my thing. Like, silently out in the night would be them literally just showing the ship. The fact that they went in the ship and they just had him, like, they basically said he is headed someplace. He has more adventures. It's the same thing as Mass Effect 3's ending. Where at the end of Mass Effect 3, rather than leaving you with this closure of death, of failure, of you tried and inevitability, you can't win every fight. Your choices, and that's one thing that, as much as people, I understood why people were mad at it, but what I appreciated was the Mass Effect ability 3 to say, you cannot win everything. There is the inevitable. There are things like death you cannot beat. You will lose. Okay. But then at the very end, in the secret cutscene, they're like, so is that the story of the shepherd? All right. That's one of the stories. I'll tell you another one. Really?
Right.
Like,
when you say this, I want to say I agree that you can't win everything, right? That's perfectly fine with me. If that's the story you want to tell, that's perfectly fine. It's how you tell these stories. That's the problem. With Mass Effect 3, ultimately they're like, yeah, you can't win. But in so many instances, they showed us that we could win.
So you agree with us that he is a flawed character?
Master Chief?
Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's what you're doing, though, because that's our problem, is that they built him into this
Mass Effect
force.
Mass Effect literally did that.
Okay, so my point is, if you, like I said, how do you kill somebody who can't be killed?
And that's the problem.
Every game. Wait, hold on, time out. If every game you're trying to kill this man, he can't be killed, and then ultimately kill him off for the sake of killing him off.
But here's the thing. That's why I want to make the point. I want to make the point, Modem. You're gonna feel like, regardless of what they do, they killed him off for the sake of killing him off because you feel like he shouldn't die.
Let me put it like this. Let's say some massive ass laser, like I'm talking like Death Star laser, blows the fucking planet up, and the Master Chief is on that planet, and he somehow survives it. I'm calling bullshit. As a fan, I'm calling
He
bullshit.
was on an exploding planet. His half of the ship
No. I'm not talking about
literally
that.
failed the hyperdrive, and it's
now
just like, well, he's alive.
Now you're comparing two different things. We're talking about me saying him on the planet, him like feet on the planet. No escape pods, no ships, no shields. A massive fucking Death Star laser beam hits the planet, blows the motherfucker up. He's on that planet.
The other situation was a practical situation.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, you drive a ATV into a waiting ship as the planet is literally imploding, and it just so happens, even though you're part of the ship,
that realm of plausibility. Blah blah.
It is in the realm of plausibility that some other warp technology exists, and Cortana has a moment of clarity and saves his fucking life. There is anywhere that you can create.
Yeah, that was the moment of convenience.
Like you can make that.
Isn't that what plausibility is? Isn't that what plausibility is?
You don't need plausibility. When I want a story
plausibility
finished,
is possible. It can happen.
Plausibility is
the thing is, when I say a moment of convenience, it's in writing. A moment. This is the writing term. It's the moment where you create a situation that
so
you can just throw out the term. Oh, it's plausible, even though you probably never really.
Now, Mike, I know for a fact you didn't play Halo 3, right?
Huh?
I know for a fact you didn't play Halo 3, right?
No.
So when you say a moment of convenience, what comes to mind for me is like, oh my God, there's a ship that just happens to be passing by, and the Master Chief's like, oh look, there's a ship. Let's get on that motherfucker and try to get on. That's not what happened. What happened was there was a ship that was left behind, and then he got to that ship in order to try and escape. Now, and as far as convenience go, if he actually had escaped and everything was all fine and dandy, I would be like, yo, that was mad convenient. But that's not what happened.
Having the ship that was
wait, hold up. I just want to go with convenience, by the way. So what happens is his half of the ship that doesn't make it through warp gets pushed towards the occasional shield planet of the other lost Spartans that he happens to land
Halo
on.
4 plot point. I just want to point that out.
I'm making the point of entirely the reason that he's alive and is able, because inevitably you could make the point of he floats through space and is never seen again.
Right.
But conveniently, all of these things still line the fuck up. Like,
yeah, it lines
the endings between the extended ending and the normal ending are two very different endings. One ending leaves you with the impression he's dead. Like, there is nothing. The other one leaves you with the impression of he's out there somewhere. And because we've already established cryosleep, unless he floats for hella long, along with the fact that he's a Spartan, he's not gonna die from just floating. He will probably come in contact with something. He will still be out there in some capacity, which is like this convenient. No, but that's because it's not a situation to me of out of sight, out of mind. It's a situation of like, just kill him off. If he's as good as dead, then kill him.
And see, I'm not saying kill him off, but I'm just saying that you can't move your franchise forward without him because you've made him into this, like Brad said, more of a god figure.
And that's where I disagree, because you can move the franchise without him. You just have to do it right. So
let me ask you. So
you do solid snake him because you can't kill him. Like killing him, even though it's probably what should have happened at this point, kind of is just not going to be the right call because again, you've had him escape all of these impossible situations. He's going to have to walk off on his own terms. Now, I'm not saying he necessarily has to pass the mantle, like he has to hand lock his gun at the end of the game because people are going to accept that. It's just that they've made it so that they've tied this franchise so much to him. Like the Gears thing, I think people overreact. You can move on from the Gears thing. Marcus Phoenix's story, however you feel it went bad at the end, his story was told. It did have a notified analysis.
All right, going to Gears. Like Dom.
I hated how Dom died.
And the exact opposite, I had the exact opposite reason because there's this, to me, poetic beauty in how when Marcus's story with the Santiago family, like that, there's a poetic beauty
that's both sad, tragic, and it hurts. It hurts like hell, but it's something that I appreciate is there.
I hated how he died. I don't care, that's my point. There are certain ways I feel like when you're in control of how someone is going to die, your character, if you're in control of that, you should do it in a way that is not only so much as like fans saying goodbye, but the way you would want to say goodbye to someone that you know. And the way they made Dom go out was so just disrespectful in so many ways.
No, I think it's the exact opposite. I think
I would say
it is the weight of a soldier put with the weight of losing his family, and he finally breaks, and the last thing he does is save the last person you could argue that he cares about more than anything else. Like, it is.
So basically what you're saying is you got the feeling that there was no other option
because
for Dom to get in the truck and kill himself.
The scene before that was him talking to his, or being at his wife's grave, and being back at the place where the closest thing to him losing everything he cared about before. You get into what seems like a hopeless situation, and you see one glimmer of hope to save the last person you care about more than other, the last brother that you basically have. And the reason I speak of poetic beauty, I think I've talked about this before, is his older brother, Carlos, did the same basic thing where he looked, and in the war that happened before the Locust War, there's a book called Gears of War, Asphalt Fields. Go read it. It's a great book. Written by Karen Travis, great writer. But he basically says to him at a certain point, when a whole bunch of shit goes down, when they're trying to complete this mission, he says, he basically gets into a situation where the mission is all but lost. They're in a hopeless situation. They're going to lose. And something happens, and he has to make that same sacrifice. And he basically tells Marcus to take care of Dom, and that he's Dom's brother. They're all treated, they're raised throughout the book. You're shown they're raised as brothers. Dom and Marcus and Carlos are basically family. Marcus isn't really watched by his parents. He's more a part of the Santiago family than he is of his own family. And so it's, when you get to Marcus's story, the idea now that basically both of his brothers have essentially died protecting him. It puts this enormous weight on him, but he's the soldier that keeps moving. For Dom did everything he could, and he saw, and he went out as he chose to. He didn't die to some grub sitting in a fucking hole waiting to be executed. No, Dom saved the last little bit of his world and made sure that it could keep going. And that put Marcus in a position where he lost even more. He had so much pain. It just so happened his father was still there. His father was still alive. Somebody was still there for him that finally it showed some care, but still he was fighting for all of the people that he had lost, all of the people behind him, all of those other characters that we've seen that were friends, brothers, family, just significant to him, slowly fall away. This is a character who we find out was court-martialed because he gave up his post to protect a father that, if you know the story, didn't really reciprocate a lot of his feelings.
Right.
At least outwardly. And at this moment, that's the last thing that we're rekindled on. There is still this little bit of hope. Dom's situation was that not everybody gets a happy ending, or his happy ending is tied to Marcus's happy ending. And that's why I appreciate it, is that it fit Dom's story. Master Chief does not go quietly into the night. Master Chief, you're asking how they kill Master Chief. How do you kill the unkillable? You put them in a situation where you cannot escape death. It doesn't matter. That situation you presented, it'll probably be similar to how he dies, where he's been put in such a position to where he cannot escape it.
Right.
And to me, that's just like killing him off to kill him off. You have to write such a grandiose situation. I would be surprised if he does not fight a planet-sized being and win, because he's done it before. He's fought basically an entire planet and won. Yeah. So he has to be putting up into essentially the idea that he is removed from reality. In terms of comic books, you would be talking about like cosmic level beings, not just Galactus, but eternity. Removing him.
I think that's a little bit too much. I don't think he's that level.
Shout out to a YouTube channel, Comics Explained. They recently did a story on a a recent Thor one,
hierarchy.
which I would recommend you watching like the Thor series of videos because it's similar to Thor
and all that.
Yeah, they've done the entire. They've finished up today with the entire script of that because that is how it goes out. Thor manages to survive. Spoiler alert! But there's a point of hope. There's a point of hopelessness. No, but the point is they can cut off that story in one of two places, and they kind of imply that there's a lot worse coming because of those events.
Right.
To me, Master Chief doesn't need Master Chief. It sounds weird to say Master Chief doesn't deserve a happy ending, or Master Chief's happy ending isn't him living. Master Chief's happy ending is him being essentially the best Spartan to live, which he has done 10 times over at this point.
I just don't think that he has to go out with some kind of bang. I definitely think he can go off silently into the night. You know, it's more so, like I said, with Halo 5, they told that story wrong. If you wanted to introduce Locke as the next person to be a leader in the Halo franchise, you shouldn't have made people feel like Locke is supposed to replace the Master Chief, because that's how that's what the game felt like. Like you were trying to say Locke is going to replace Master Chief. And in almost any Master Chief fan eyes, nothing can replace Master Chief, right? Now with Dominic, the reason why I feel like it was disrespectful the way they killed the character is because I didn't have that feeling of this is hopeless unless somebody does some crazy shit and then Dom was just like, oh look, there's a truck, I'm gonna save everybody. I didn't get that feeling.
Miss the hopelessness is that you're looking at it as, is this the situation that Dom can't get out, rather than is this a situation where Dom feels like, you know what, I'm tired, I've lost everything, and this is my way of leaving with the peace of mind knowing that the one thing I have left, I can make sure still exists.
But
how do you lose a lot? When you lose your whole entire family, love of your life. This guy is a broken man. He's tired. He's been through so much shit. On top of now, I've lost everything I love with the struggle that we've been going through. Sometimes you're just gonna be like, you know what? This is my time to say goodbye. And if I can say goodbye knowing that the man who's like a brother to me is going to still be left here.
So basically you're saying
it wasn't a like
he went out on his terms.
Yeah, it wasn't him just trying to just be the hero. They weren't just creating a hero moment for him. It was him saying, this is it for me. I'm done.
Yeah.
This is my goodbye to the world. This is how I'm going to leave it. That's why, like, in the cutscene, he's talking to his wife. Because he's, saying, hey,
later, essentially.
I'm coming home to you, baby. I'm ready. That was it. And that's why I could see the beauty in it, because it's like, he didn't have to do that. Like you said, he really didn't have to do that. But what you saw before you was somebody who was just, he probably felt like he had nothing.
And left. I think even beyond that, it builds Marcus up.
I can accept that.
It builds Marcus up a little further.
Yeah.
As it's another weight on Marcus's back, but Marcus keeps going. Marcus like is, in all intents and purposes for Gears, Marcus is the Master Chief of Gears.
Well, it's also a testament. It shows a testament to like how we all react to things too. Because Marcus could have made that same choice and been like, "Well, fuck, damn near everything that I ever had in my life is now gone now. Like, the fuck is going on?" But he went the other way with his grief, and he was like, "No, I'm gonna do this for Dom and do this for everybody." And then at the end, he breaks down. That is just like he breaks down because it's over. I'm tired. I can finally release. Like, God,
everything just hits you.
Fuck, all this shit. You know what I mean? And that was such a beautiful moment.
I think for Dom, it was also like you finally, after all of this time fighting this war, You get back to your wife's grave. You finally get a chance to, for all just purposes, talk to her again. And then that moment comes up, and I think that it's kind of like, it felt like in that moment for me anyway, that was Dom's crescendo. Like that's why I while it hurt, like it, I will make the point, as much as I love Halo, I am a Gears dude. I loved Gears story, the characters, all of that. Like I tied myself in that. It legit hurt. But I also felt like if there was a way Dom was going out, that's a way that I don't have any problems with that. Dom was Dom. He cares about God, I love that game. I love those games. Like, I mean, you talk about the other Carmine brothers, like the one because he survives. I think he won the vote.
Yeah, the one dude, they voted for him to.
Yes, we voted for him to live. That vote was your chance at putting a happy ending in fucking Gears. The one of 4 brothers that survives this fucking war is the oldest one, and that is where you as viewers and we as gamers got to say, look, we won at least one happy moment in this game.
Yeah.
But I could talk about this for like ever, and I kind of
trust me. Like I said, I can too.
Ever because we fucking. I just looked.
We all gotta go.
Everybody's can't be together in a conversation. Anyway, what else is there to look forward to E3, which was supposed to be the main?
I don't know. Well, AMD, I'm really hoping for some Vega news.
Well, they already announced that Vega's coming out at the end of June, so they'll probably show something off.
Wait, it's supposed to be the Frontier Edition, which is like their.
Well, the Frontier Edition. It's enough to say like Vega's coming probably within the next month or 2.
Well, yeah, but it's supposed. If I'm not mistaken, there's like 3 iterations of Vega in the market right now. There's the professional market for like deep learning and shit like that, which is the Frontier Edition. Then there's the little model that Apple has for their new iPro MacBooks or whatever, like all-in-ones, and then there's supposed to be Vega for gaming. So I'm hoping to get some Vega for gaming news.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be that. Yeah, hopefully, we'll say.
Because AMD has been shaking up the market like big time, so I'm really excited for all of that shit. And this is something else I can get on a tangent on. And it's pretty much Prob's fault because he introduced me to fucking Linus Tech Tips, and then it just went on from there. So we're gonna blame Chris on that. Definitely. The first video was like 7 gamers, 1 computer.
Oh my god! Look.
Yo, I seen that shit. I was like, yo, this shit is amazing.
All right, so let's go to our predictions. So since we pretty much talked about everything but E3, which is fine because the discussion is always good, and I love talking about story stuff. Yeah, because that's one of my biggest motivations. But by the way, does anybody know if Twitter has a broom emoticon? We're gonna need that soon.
What? Oh my god!
They just let Golden State come back and take the 3-point lead with 9 seconds left. So,
with 9 seconds left, they got a 3-point lead. Oh shit!
Mm-hmm. And they have not good. They're about to go to the line.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good.
Yeah. Anyway, so 3 biggest predictions. What do you got, Moto?
3 biggest predictions.
Yeah.
I'm predicting Scorpio at a price point of, I want to say $450, like $450 for the Scorpio. I'm predicting Scalebound to be re-announced because it was on a chopping block before, and now there's some rumors that Microsoft actually owns the rights to the game, and they're just going to trade it off to another developers. And I want to say Doom 2. I think Bethesda is going to announce Doom 2.
Okay, I see it.
All right, Pride.
All right, so I'm gonna go with the wildest first. I don't expect to actually happen, but if it did, Xbox Scorpio is coming out end of this year, with Halo 6 to shortly follow as like or to be a launch title or to shortly follow its release. Like I'm talking like first quarter 2018.
That is soon.
Shenmue, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Kingdom Hearts. 2 of those 3 games get release dates.
Okay.
Like they get actual release dates at it. And then I guess 3, I'll go with the Ubisoft one. I really think we're going to see Division 2, or the follow-up to the Division, finally drop this E3.
All right.
So my 3 is prediction. Sony's going to announce price cuts for the PlayStation Pro and PlayStation VR. Let's see. I think that they're also going to bring back a older game. I don't know what it is. I would be coy and say SOCOM's fuck with people, but I'm not gonna do that this year. I'm gonna be nice. And I say SOCOM because everybody keeps wanting SOCOM. It's like, y'all give that shit a rest. They'll announce it whenever they want to. Okay. But there's gonna be another older property that's gonna come back. And what's my third? You're gonna get a release date for Crackdown 3. Actually, it's gonna be the launch title for Scorpio. So the same day that Scorpio comes out, the same day that Crackdown 3 is coming out.
Crackdown 3 in 4K? Might be hot.
So expect that. That's gonna wrap it up for this long 4-hour podcast. Damn. That's crazy. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me.
Most definitely.
No problem.
So E3, I will be summarizing. I'm not gonna do like I did last year. Last year I sat online from the first conference to the last on that Monday. That was torture. I ain't doing that shit. What I will do is I will come through with I think even though the spacing out makes it crazier, it also makes it better to cover things.
Yeah.
So like when EA's done, you can go ahead and talk about, I'm gonna try to do a video if I can get you guys to be on there too. That would be great, but do a summary of that. Take Sunday as the whole and summarize it at the end, and the same thing with Monday. Instead of like doing a bunch of individual shows, that way I can kind of keep my sanity. Because I was already going to be crazy writing notes and things like that. So, yeah. But what are your guys' plans for E3?
Planning on doing a video, like early predictions video, which I probably should do that like tonight or some shit. But and then afterwards talk about everything that's been announced. Just a little quick video, quick little summary. I don't want to spend like all day making videos on E3, because obviously at E3 some things are going to be underwhelming, some things are going to be overwhelming. Some things don't just be flat on the line, but we'll see what happens.
I'm going to, for the first time in like 2 years, just sit back and enjoy this show. I'm not doing anything specific. I think for E3 this year, I'm right there with Black. We've been doing this for the past 2 years, sir, where we hit every conference live, and that was not. Yeah, we just won't do that.
That was tiring.
Don't do that.
Like it's funny because that was tiring just from the perspective of being at home in your own home, relaxed.
Those people for
Online, so
that are like writing articles literally for a day, like days straight, pretty much, because news is just constantly popping out. But beyond that, everybody knows normal stream stuff. We stream every day, so we'll also get a stream in. When is Sony's conference?
6 p.m. Pacific on Monday.
So we may actually be. I may actually stream Sony's because it's late enough at night, and maybe just for fun, we'll stream Devolver Digital.
No, Devolver can go to hell.
I mean, I'll still be on. So. But yeah, that's my plans for E3.
Yeah, man.
So. But yeah, okay. Well, that wraps this up. So, thank you guys for checking this out. You can find Fly Modem on Twitter, Twitch, and on YouTube.
Did Mike cut out?
Your links. Did my mic cut out?
No, Mike is still there. I can still hear him.
Did my mic cut out?
Hello?
Okay.
I can hear Mike.
Yeah, and I can hear Modem.
Modem, can you hear us?
Uh-oh.
What the hell happened?
Can we hear you? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I can hear y'all. That was weird.
I was say that's weird. I was just about to say, give everybody your links to your places.
Man, you was like, you can find Modem and Product, and everybody dead silence, and I was like, hello? What the fuck happened?
That was weird.
Yeah, all the way at the end of the show, right? Like, you can find me. YouTube is youtube.com/
Yeah, it just
/ a flying motion. I'm flying. I can't talk. A flying modem HD. Almost everything else is a flying modem on Twitter, all of that jazz. But mainly we've been on Twitch because I'm a gamer first, and I haven't really been able to just sit down and make videos for my YouTube channel. So you want to find me, the best place would probably be Twitch. And come hang out, talk with me. We play Titanfall 2, Overwatch, Battlefield 1, Gears of War 4, we're getting Destiny 2, we're getting Shadow of War, I think it's called.
Mm-hmm.
We're also going to have a Shadow of Mordor, a playthrough of that leading up to Shadow of War. What else is coming to the channel? I can't think of any other major game releases, but pretty much, that's what we got going on right now. Of course, any other major game releases that I play, like Xbox exclusives and Call of Duty and all those things, we definitely will be getting it. But right now, that's what we got going.
all right, and everybody's links will be in the description. Right. What's your links?
My links. The main link that you need to be worried about is twitch.tv/YoruStrix. Come on over. We stream every single night. We're having some fun. Later this month, we will be getting into an XCOM 2 playthrough with all chat-made characters. So if you want to come through the chat, toss your name in there, then feel free to go ahead and do that. Then in July, we're doing a complete playthrough of every single Kingdom Hearts game, which should be fun. One of my favorite series of all time. Going into August, we have our entire schedule plugged out through like September. We will be also getting back into Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor. Those were great games. And for anybody interested in Destiny, I will be going back to Destiny to kind of just to do a quick refresher for anybody that was interested in the game leading up to Destiny 2 and then obviously the Destiny 2 launch. We stream every single night. We have a lot of fun. We are, funnily enough, I figured it out 2 days after Destiny 2 Black comes out. That will be actually 1 year.
Wow.
So it'll be a very convenient evening. But all in all, yeah, that's me. Otherwise, find me on twitter.com/YourRoostrix. Snapchat, NA Prodigy. Go ahead and add me on there. I snap various things that aren't lewd. And join me in chat after midnight if you do like to be lewd. That's just one of those things.
Okay. All right. Well, don't need to give all links because you guys know where I'm at on the channel. So, plus it's midnight and I'm tired and I gotta be up in 5 hours.
Hey.
But again, thank you guys for coming through.
No problem.
Hopefully, we'll be able to do this again after all of the shows and give our impressions on what's going on. I especially need to get you immediately after Microsoft, since you are the expert. Moda.
Definitely.
I'm curious to see what your reaction is going to be to what they're saying firsthand.
Definitely. Because I'm gonna be tuning in for real.
Yeah, Sunday's going to be the interesting day. But as always, you can listen to this in audio format if you don't want to watch video. We do all our podcasts on Stitcher, SoundCloud, Google Play Music, and iTunes. So you can always subscribe to one of those and get the audio format for free. So keep that in mind. Thank you again for everybody who subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, please feel free to. We'll be doing this more frequently. Now that schedules are trying to settle, hopefully, I hope my schedule's settling. This class is kicking my ass, but it's getting better now. It's starting to slow down. But yeah, and we have many more podcasts for you guys to check out here. So go ahead and check them out. All right, everybody. We'll see you next time on Muscles and Joysticks. Have a good one.
Bye.
Peace.
Peace.